All right, hi everyone. Welcome. I know that we started a little bit late. Aoi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Hope you had a great stream. Hi Tammy, hi Kyle, Foggy, Killer B, TC, Jimmy Waz, Zodrex, Sherlock Bromes, Beliskner. Welcome everyone. We are doing our Quantum Cup Deck the Halls tournament. There were a lot of people that signed up, but not a lot of people that followed directions. So we have a little bit less people that are participating in this. I think a lot of people have buys in this tournament, so I'm really, really sorry. We just posted the tournament bracket. We're also on a 2-minute delay. So how this works is for anybody who is in the tournament, I believe you can talk to the person that you are up against on the website. But if anyone has issues with that, you'll be able to at least reach out to them on Discord if you really can't figure out how the website works, because I know it can be a little bit confusing. But we did just post the brackets. So like I said, there are a lot of people who have buys, but we do have a number of games that are going on. So let's go through. Oh, also, the first person who is casting with me is Teffy. Hi, Teffy.
Hey, thanks for inviting me to cast with you again. I'm excited to watch some fun gameplay.
Yeah, no problem. So for anyone who doesn't know, I had Teffy with me during the first tournament, and Teffy helped me cast that one. So that was a lot of fun. We're both very
Yeah, and we also
excited.
cast SnapCon together, like
Yeah.
one game.
We did. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see some different decks. I have to admit, I'm not like super familiar with the meta decks right now, and I totally meant to like study all of them, but I kind of ran out of time. So you know what, it's fine. I think that will make it even more exciting.
No, yeah, it's all right. I think that whoever you're casting with, myself included, because I'm not the only co-caster, by the way, people. So stay tuned for that. But they should know the meta decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, it'll be really fun to see. Let's go through a few things. So for anybody who doesn't know yet, let's go through the format of this tournament real quick. It is we have it as a 64-player tournament, but because people don't know how to follow directions, well, just kidding. I mean, kind of. We did have, there are some logistical things that I think for the next tournament we run, we'll do a little bit differently. We did not fill out the 64 players. I think there was a total of 39.
39.
Due to people not being able to like check in and everything. We're going to try to get this moving as quickly and smoothly as possible. So a lot of people have buys, but some people are going to be playing against each other. It is a best of one match, and it is single elimination. So that is the format. And then as for our prize pool, it started off as just a $50 prize pool, I think is what I told people. But then we had some donations come in, which thank you to Teffy, Hack Ninja, and TC. Thank you guys very much for contributing to the prize pool. We are now up to $150 total. So first place is getting $75, second place $45, and third and fourth place will get $15 each.
Exciting. Like, what's better than making money off of a game you enjoy?
Absolutely. Very, very exciting. All right, so let me go back to this. What are you looking forward to, Teffy? Like, are there any decks that you're excited to see, or anything that you don't want to see?
I'm honestly most excited to see people that are running Black Knight lists, just because that is a card that has newly been buffed. For those who are not as familiar, Black Knight is a card where the next card you discard, it summons an ebony blade into your hand. And what's nice about the ebony blade is you can't reduce its power or kill it with Shang-Chi. So it's like a very powerful 4-cost card. And like, let's say you discard an Infinite, you get a 20 power for 4 energy, and you can't destroy it. So I'm excited to see if some players will be running that and how it will perform.
Yeah, that sounds super strong. I haven't really seen it much in action, but if people are running that, I would love to see it. Very excited about that. I think we are still getting sorted here with our first match. I don't believe we have started just yet. But I think we can start pretty soon. For anybody who is searching for their opponents, if you are having trouble doing so on the website, you can try to reach out to them in the Discord. We made sure that everybody who is in the tournament is in the Discord. So hopefully you guys are not having too many issues with finding your opponents. But if you are having trouble, you can reach out to, one of the mods to perhaps help you find them. There is a way to, I believe there's a way to contact your opponent on the website. You can just go into your tournament page and there's a chat that should be set up. But I know it might not be super easy to find. And I know a lot of people have buys, so I'm really, really sorry. If anybody wants to hang out on the Discord in the waiting room, you guys should have access to that if you just want to chat with some fellow players who are part of the tournament. You're welcome to do so. Okay, let me just...
I guess while we're waiting, if it's not too difficult to do, it'd be nice to get a brief glimpse at the bracket for everyone watching.
Oh, that is very true. So let me switch over to that and make sure that this is correct here. Let me see. How can I
think you gotta refresh. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, hold on. Let me refresh this.
There we go.
Yep, there we go. Okay. Let me bring this over to here. Okay, so in the first round, we've got quite a few people who have buys, which we expected, but we do have PeacefulSea and Dychotic who will be playing each other. And then Xiaomi and Hitami. Got Groove Slap versus ExplosiveYoda. Axel Stone versus Lufku. We have Spyrodon versus Hushwolf. The Master Knot versus Mr. High. Omnibe versus KingOfCanada. And I think everyone else has a bye. So congrats to those of you moving on to the round of 32. And good luck to all those who are playing in this round. Apologies for anybody who has to kind of sit out and just wait. We appreciate your patience. And hopefully we'll be able to get through this round very smoothly. I think we are still setting some things up at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like we have one of the people for our first match ready, but the other is not joined to stream with us yet. So.
Oh, okay.
We gotta stall a little.
That's no problem because we can play a trivia game if you'd like, Teffy. You want me to test your knowledge on some cards?
Sure, yeah, let's go for it.
All right. Let me see. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you about a card, and then it'll just be kind of a random question, mostly about the appearance of a card. So,
okay.
Atuma, is he holding his sword out to the left or the right side?
I want to say the left side.
You're right. It is the left side.
Yes.
I wish there was a good way for me to display this right now so that people can see it, but you guys will just have to trust, or I don't know. I don't have a good way to share this, but okay. Let's go for another one. How How about this? Crystal is looking towards the left or the right side of the card. Like she's facing towards, like looking
I play her a lot too.
Oh yeah? Do you use a variant or do you use her base?
I used her base for a while. I switched to her variant, like the wanted poster looking one for like recently. I want to say she's looking right.
Yeah,
to the right side of the card.
Whoa.
There we go. Yeah.
You're pretty good at this. Nice. Very nice. Okay, let me just
make it a little harder, fella. Come on. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I didn't know you were so good. All right, it looks like we can begin the round 1 games. We are ready to join King of Canada. So let's go ahead and do that. While we wait, I actually need to do a little bit of setup to make sure that I have captured his game correctly. So what I'm going to do is go over to an interview with one of the players in the tournament. So I'm gonna switch over to that scene. You guys can check this out while I start setting up so that you guys can see the game that King of Canada is playing. Let's do that.
What is my tournament experience? Actually not much. I played at the tournament at SnapCon, but I didn't make it past the first bracket, so not very good there. I have played 2 online tournaments. I think I made it to the second bracket in both of them, so not a great track record so far. What do I love about Marvel Snap? Well, the community. That's number 1. It's so great. But about the game specifically, I love how simple it is, the gameplay itself, but the depth of abilities and different cards and the combinations, it just makes for a great game, put simply. What is my favorite card? That is a tough one, right? It does change depending on the meta or things like that, variants. But I'd have to say currently Professor X is probably my favorite. If I had to put one card into every deck, what would it be? Nebula. It's such a great card. The least it can be typically is a 1/3, but it could be all the way up until 1/11. It could win a location by itself. And depending on when you play it, you could end up being able to play in a location and still gain power there, even if you can't reach it. So a really solid card. What do I like doing outside of Marvel Snap? I have too many hobbies. I obviously play other games, and I like riding my one wheel around town and with friends. Right now I'm focusing on finishing up my pilot's license, something I started before the pandemic, and then we had a kid, etc., etc. So yeah, that's taking up most of my time right now. What is my favorite archetype? Up until the last patch, which I like the patch, but up until the patch, discard. But it's different now. We'll see what happens to discard in the future, but destroy has always been one of my favorite as well, and lockdown. Control lockdown is always fun and very satisfying to play.
Hi, I'm SkyZorro, and I'm doing this video interview for Felicity and Deck the Halls tournament. So I'm going to answer a couple questions. First question is, what is your tournament experience? I've played a lot of Snap Fan Opens, Snap Clash Opens, and Snap Battle Arena tournaments. I also do various weekend tournaments whenever possible. Haven't won any yet, but I'm hoping to turn that around with the Deck the Halls tournament. What is my favorite card? My favorite card is probably Darkhawk. I pulled, it was like one of my first Series 5 pulls. I got it like the day after Zabu dropped in January, and I've loved that archetype ever since. I used to run a Zabu Dracula hand dump deck back in January. Love using all the iterations from, only stats with Black Bolt and Stature. Now we're down to like Darkhawk Bounce, Darkhawk Annihilus. So Darkhawk's probably my favorite card. If I had to put one card in every deck, what would it be? While my favorite card is Darkhawk, if I had to put one card in every deck, it probably... it's a toss-up between Darkhawk and Arnim Zola. I like Zola because he allows you to get into restricted locations, move power around. It's kind of like a surprise play. He does some really interesting things in a bunch of different decks. Destroy decks, negative decks, that sort of thing. So probably a coin flip between Darkhawk and Arnim Zola. What is my favorite archetype in Marvel Snap? It's actually, as much as I like Darkhawk, it's actually Destroy. I feel like Destroy has a lot of fun interactions. Lady Deathstrike is one of my favorite cards. X-23. Destroy also has, Deadpool, Null, uses Arnim Zola. Destroy is really up there, allows for interaction with the opponent, but also can get like crazy high, greedy numbers as well. So I'll go with Destroy. Thanks a lot. Again, this is SkyZorro, and I will catch you guys sometime later.
add in all the audio sources. Sorry, everybody.
She's doing that. It looks like King of Canada is thinking about playing a double Iron Man turn. So that would make his power 24 in that lane. There was no Sauron played before, so if Omnibe plays a Red Skull, that's actually really good for King of Canada. But if he plays a different card, I'm not sure if that'll be enough.
All right, thank you
Well,
to
actually,
the chat
no,
for letting
it
us
should be
know.
enough. It should be enough.
Ooh, Iron Man and Mystique. That's a lot. Oh, man.
Oh, barely enough.
Interesting.
So the question here is, what will King of Canada do? If I was Omnibe, I definitely am going to be considering moving my vision. And they already know that they probably can't beat right because their doubled card is not big enough. And they're also behind, so they can't even do an Alliance play, whereas King of Canada can do an Alliance play.
That's true. Wait, but the Alliance doesn't it gets rid of unrevealed cards. Yeah, okay.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. But it's scary because there's vision as well, right? The vision could potentially move mid, or it could move, I mean, I guess it'd be pretty scary moving the vision mid.
It's scary to move. It's one of those risks because honestly, I think the right lane is lost. So it's like, I might as well just get rid of my vision and sacrifice it mid just in case. Or potentially will Omnibe even retreat? Let's see. So King of Canada is going to account for that middle lane play.
Yeah, there's so many options here. I think this is a... Oh, there it is. The opponent
They retreated.
It's a good retreat, honestly. It seems like... I don't know what I would have done in that case. It's a pretty difficult...
I think it was a great retreat. I think King of Canada did a good job playing both Iron Man, like the Iron Man Mystique combo on the right lane and winning that lane.
Yep, absolutely. All right,
Yeah, really getting...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, getting that early Quinjet with the Iron Lad into another Quinjet really helped King of Canada be able to play those two cards so cheaply on turn 5 to win the game for them. So let's see how they do this next game.
Yeah, definitely, and especially since there's no Sandman now, there's a little less to worry about.
Yeah, I bet Omnibe, sorry, Omnibe wishes they picked the Sandman deck at this point.
Yeah. Ooh, Zapu. So many cards that, I mean, yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought this was a Loki deck, but it was updated as well. I was gonna say so many cards that reduce power. But I mean,
yeah,
with
there are.
And I guess they don't have Quinjet in their hand, but either way, just having the cost reduction on cards, it makes such a big difference, even if it's just one cost.
It makes a huge difference, yeah. Like, especially if 2 different cards or 3 different cards are cheaper, like it really stacks up.
Absolutely.
And so now we got that newer dimension, which it's a location I like. I think it's an interesting location where you can get early ramp up, but the sacrifice being your board is now limited. You have less areas to play, and it also doesn't have synergy with Ms. Marvel. So if you're playing a Ms. Marvel deck, which King of Canada does have her, you have to be careful about where you put your Djinns to give you more mana or energy.
Absolutely. I've definitely had that issue myself whenever I've played Miss Marvel, and I had Nord Dimension. Because honestly, you don't have much space. And because there's just a 0/1, it fills up your board very quickly as well.
Yeah, it really does.
What else you have? Like if you have lower cost cards that you play, you don't want to take up that much space.
So now, what's interesting, I'm looking at Omnibe's deck list, and they actually do run Enchantress, which when King of Canada plays their Darkhawk, that's a hard counter. So we might, if Omnibe has their Enchantress in hand, we might see a early snap come in.
Well, it is open deck list. We did post the deck list right before the tournament started, so they are aware of what their opponent potentially has and what decks they're running. But you know, I think King of Canada still has many options here that he can play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
All right, and we got a Jin and Moon Girl. So they daily bugled King of Canada's Moon Girl. So now they're duplicating their hand.
Interesting. Ooh, was that a snap?
No, there was no snap. That was the Dream Dimension triggering. Oh,
okay, never
that
mind.
was a snap.
Okay. I don't recognize the snaps because I don't do it very often.
That's fair. Yeah, so it looks like Omnibe is the one who snapped. So there is a good chance that they have the Enchantress in hand.
Ooh, potentially, or maybe some very big cards. Considering there's the they played Moon Girl right before they snapped.
They did, true, yeah. So, and they also did play the Jin, so Dream Dimension is not going to hit the players as hard as it might have without it.
Yeah.
Oh, so now King of Canada is doubling up his ongoing on the Dream Dimension left lane.
Interesting.
If Omnibe has the Enchantress, that's going to be brutal and most likely a retreat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the Enchantress comes down.
Oh,
well.
But Omnibe had priority, so at least the Iron Man is still alive.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I guess King of Canada could still get some power into that location. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. So even with the Jeff or a Quinjet, that's an extra 4 or 6 power there. Or even the Jin, that's an extra 2 power there, which is definitely not enough.
Considering Omnibe probably has some pretty large... I mean, that deck is just a lot of high power cards. So this is kind of a tough position for King of Canada, but... You know, you never know.
He is gravitating towards that retreat button, and I think it's a wise decision because
I think so too.
That's a brutal Enchantress play right there.
He just didn't have very high power stuff in his hand that would make sense to move forward with, it seems like.
Yeah, that Ebony Moth, if it was able to be played on turn 6, it would have been perfect for King of Canada, but unfortunately, unable to play it.
Absolutely.
So now we got a tie game.
8 cubes versus 8 cubes. Still anyone's game.
So Great Web is a location I really dislike. It's so annoying.
Yeah, it really is, because it just stacks up that location, and it's like, you can't really do much about it.
Yeah, like a lot of players like to deal with it by just stacking into Great Web, but some players like to play outside of it. And force their opponent's cards to go in there somehow. All right, so it looks like we're going to get the Zabu play over Ravana. Ravona, actually, you know what? It's interesting. I've never really seen both Zabu and Ravona in the same deck list, but it does look like King of Canada will get a lot of cost reduction having both of them out. So let's see what he actually ends up doing.
Man, these locations are like they're all like very restricting locations. Great Web, Crimson Cosmos, and Avengers Compound. They kind of just force you, they really force you to play your cards in like, you know, certain locations.
And honestly, I don't even really think that King of Canada has many options to play in Crimson Cosmos.
Yeah, I wonder how he's gonna get cards over there. I mean, I guess.
Okay, so he got a Quinjet from his Iron Man, so this might be a Moon Girl turn here.
Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. This is turn 4. But like you said, there's not many places. Like, he can't really play into Crimson Cosmos. Although
if they play the Moon Girl, they will have really cheap. They'll have a 2 cost. Actually, will they have enough? No, you know what? They might not have enough space in their hand to get the Dark Hawk. Okay, so we're gonna get the Quinjet
Oh, I see what you're
plus Moon
saying.
Girl.
Maybe it's that. It's not bad playing into Avengers Compound, right? Because it moves the cards.
Yeah,
Who knows?
honestly,
I mean,
I would play both of the cards in Adventures Compound if I was King of Canada, just so that it won't be restricted for them. But
Yeah,
we'll
but-
see how they actually end up doing it.
then again, if the opponent plays something, it moves one card, right? It either moves your opponent's card or your card.
Yeah. It won't be both players.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the Typhoid Mary. Oh, that's a huge Goliath. So I think that King of Canada. Look at how cheap that Darkhawk and Mystique is. That
Oh my
got copied.
gosh, that's crazy. But the thing is, it's like, oh man.
Is it enough?
Yeah, but the thing is, that you know there's an Enchantress.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the scary thing. So I wonder if like.
So King of Canada does have the Goliath that he drew. So what's scary about this? Oh, he's retreating. Yeah, Omnibe just snapped. I think that it was a smart retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good retreat.
Because it's really hard for King of Canada to play in that Crimson Cosmo middle lane. So I think that
Like the only thing he could have played was Goliath, right?
yeah, and it's like, well, if you're gonna be losing the other lane to Enchantress anyway.
Yeah, it wouldn't have made sense. Ooh, Luke's Bar. Can any of the players get into Luke's Bar? Ooh, Jeff.
Yeah, we got Jeff. We got Jeff and we got Vision. So they're both players have ways to get in there. And then
Oh, and Miss
King of Canada.
Marvel.
Exactly, yeah. And he just drew her.
Wow.
Speaking of.
Interesting. So after seeing these two players play the last three games, do you feel like there's one of the decks is favored over the other or no?
So in my opinion, I think that Omnibe is I would slightly favor the Shuri deck. But it's not by a wide margin. The main reason being that Omnibe has tech cards against King of Canada's ongoing. He's got that Enchantress, and that's just going to be an ever-present threat that King of Canada is always going to be second-guessing on turn 5s and 6 if his cards are going to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as we can see, it is a really close game at the moment, so...
I think it's pretty close, but yeah, with Nidvalier too, like that also benefits Omnibe because that's going to be an extra +5 to a Taskmaster that they can play on the right lane.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
because it copies not just the base; it copies like whatever the card is after it's affected by whatever else.
Yeah, like its current power level.
Like actual, yeah.
Yeah. So, King of Canada, this game, because we got Crimson Cosmos again, it looks like he is playing early into that lane before cost reduction, just in case.
Yeah.
Which is a smart play.
Idea.
Yeah. So let's see what Ironlad's going to copy. We got Omnibe, who already played Sauron, so his ongoings are already disabled.
Yeah, it seems like it's so like some of these games are very dependent on what they each draw. Because there seems to be like some cards that are just so important for each of the decks.
All right, so actually, we could get a turn 5 Goliath right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that...
Ooh.
Yeah, that was King of Canada that just snapped. So I think that they're going to play the Goliath because they were able to Moon Girl.
That's huge.
That's huge.
I wonder if Omnibe will... No. Oh, all right. There's the retreat. Okay, that's a very good retreat.
That's a smart retreat.
They probably know that that they might have that King of Canada might have something like an Goliath that's like really cheap value.
Yeah, like the 5-cost Goliath. Like basically, how do they win? There's no way for them to come back on the right lane.
Yeah.
Or the left lane.
Yeah.
Ooh, nowhere. So this is actually a beautiful location for King of Canada because that lane cannot be Enchantress.
Hmm.
And we got Triskelion. Okay, so
Oh man.
I think that King of Canada should probably still be playing some cost reduction here. Either Ravona or Zabu.
Absolutely, especially with Triskelion, because all of those cards will get reduced, which is awesome.
Yeah, true.
Ooh, a Giganto as well.
Well, we need the Quinjet out for it to get reduced, which we don't have yet.
Right,
but
right.
we do have a double Snapfell.
Ooh.
So both players snapped here.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Oh,
man.
wow.
Then both players can't draw anything because they got to get rid of the rocks.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they can't play anything, so they can't draw anything.
Yeah, because the Triskelion is actually a huge impact of this match right now. That is very frustrating as a player when you have a full hand due to Triskelion and you can't play anything because you drew everything high cost cards.
And you both just snapped.
And you both just snapped.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so interesting. I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Yeah, and honestly, both players really do want to be playing. I know that King of Canada already passed their turn, so they're not playing anything. But Omnibe is probably really considering what course of action. No, they're playing
so that they can draw some of their cards that they want, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least.
And they got that Ebony Maw out, zeroed out, so that is actually
That's
good
pretty
value.
big. It's a lot of power on the board.
10 power for only 2 energy. That's very efficient. And we got the Ravona out, and we got America Chavez. So
interesting.
New America Chavez, very controversial change to the card.
I think a lot of people are upset, but I mean, to be fair, I like the new America Chavez, but
I think that she's still playable. Like, I don't think she's as great as she was in the past, but
yeah.
I do think she's still a playable card.
She's fun with Sebastian Shaw.
So Shuri, I'm guessing that they're gonna Shuri into Vision is like because then they can move it over and have that flexibility because on Nowhere you can't play Taskmaster. So
that's true.
That's my gut feeling. I could be wrong.
What? I feel like King of Canada may be just stacking the left side because Omnibe would have to just like not play one of these turns, like, and get rid of those rocks.
Yeah,
maybe Omnibe's. I think Omnibe's given up on those rocks. Oh, that is huge.
That is huge.
Oh, I feel like there's gonna be a.
So we're getting that Giganto, that Triskelion Giganto left. That's what I think.
Oh, that is.
Well, with the Iron Man, yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is huge. Wait,
yeah, I don't see.
Can they play anything more than that? No, they can't. I don't think, right?
Well, that's 28 more power, so.
Yeah, there's no other like one cost card that is playable on the left side.
But
yeah.
remember, Nowhere they can't play Taskmaster. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So this is looking very good for King of Canada, and honestly, if there's no retreat here, the match is over.
This is so interesting. Oh my gosh. Oh, and Omnibe is probably thinking about what King of Canada might have, and I don't think Giganto is part of that thought.
That's true. Oh, no, they retreated. That was a very good retreat.
Oh.
Oh, man, I was feeling really scared for Omnibe because, yeah, the Collapse Mine and Triskelion combo, that really did kind of throw both players for a loop, but it benefited King of Canada to take that turn, break, and pass it so that they could win that lane for free. Or for real cheap, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, these locations have been crazy.
So yeah, Muir Island is a location that I just love with Iron Man.
Me too. It's fun.
It's nice. Like everyone, gets a little bit bigger. Like everyone kind of wins. Like it's a feel-good location.
It absolutely is. Oh my gosh!
We got Triskelion again.
again. Oh no.
So thankfully,
gosh.
King of Canada is able to play here. Omnibe, let's look at what they've got. I mean, they might have drawn something from Triskelion that they play as well. And it's Adam Warlock.
Okay.
I mean, it's better than having a full hand, so I think that was probably the right call.
Yeah, I think, yeah. To be able to draw cards, you gotta play something.
Are we going to see a Stegron left here?
I don't see much Stegron, but I think Stegron's a really fun card.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with the change, but just for the audience, in case they're not, they did change how Stegron works now. So now Stegron will, yeah, it will only target cards that are already revealed. Let's say, yeah, if King of Canada plays the Stegron left, he's guaranteed to move that Adam Warlock.
Oh yeah, so that whatever card is there unrevealed doesn't affect that one.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, we got the Sauron. So,
okay, Sauron's good.
Yeah, Omnibe's got part 1 of his combo. And let's see what King of Canada does. So, Moon Girl kind of...
Marvel looking kind of juicy.
Miss Marvel's always looking juicy. No, I don't mean it that way, though.
Ooh,
no, she's
Scarlet Witch. That's exciting. I wonder what the location will be. What's it gonna be? Oh,
it's a kiln.
God, kiln. Oh, but it depends if Omnibe ends up getting vision.
Yeah, so it depends on vision. I have no idea what's going to happen here because Triskelion really kind of throws us for a loop. We don't know what both players have in their hands.
Yeah.
We do have the Iron Man play. I think that's a solid play. It's
a very strong play.
It's susceptible to that Enchantress, but King of Canada does have Eliath in hand.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
And also Triskelion, it hurts the Moon Girl play for King of Canada, so we're probably going to see Moon Girl stay in his hand.
Yeah, probably. Because he can't really double many cards there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the Iron Man play. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, I mean, there's still like a Mystique option as well.
Omnibe with the starry eyes on the Scarlet Witch. And it's a Red Skull.
Red Skull, a lot of power. This is still a kind of tough position for Omnibe, I think, because...
I mean, Omnibe just needs Eliath left to guarantee that lane. I don't see... Or, sorry, King of Canada needs Eliath left to guarantee that lane.
Yeah, because I don't think Omnibe is going to be able to get into Kiln with anything, right?
It doesn't look that way. No, there's no vision.
From the... Triskelion.
I mean, the only card could be Jeff, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is risky to play Mystique here because
it is kind of risky.
They need to win the right lane. So I think the play here is Eliath left or right, and that should be a win for King of Canada. Like, it doesn't matter, either lane works.
Well, Omnibe also has Enchantress.
Yeah, so even if the Enchantress left,
but it's okay. Yeah,
they still have to play on the right, yeah.
You're right. I mean, this works as well, because I think King of Canada knows that he's got mid secured. Ooh,
yeah, exactly.
All right.
So, King of Canada 1 win away, and this is going to be a crawl for Omnibe to come back, but the stakes are doubled, so...
Yeah, Omnibe at 1 cube. I've seen it done before. I've seen it done multiple times, so it's still possible.
It's never over until it's over.
It's true.
I'm thinking Omnibe still has a chance. And like I'm eating my words too, because I was saying that at least based on the deck list, I thought Omnibe had the advantage, but you have to remember that you either have the combo or you don't when you're playing Shuri Sauron. sorry, Shuri with the Red Skull or something else, and you need the Taskmaster. Like you need things to kind of go right for you, and if you don't have that combo, you're not as strong as you could be. Whereas King of Canada has like
several
more
plays.
Alternative win conditions.
Yep, different things that he can play to put power on the board. But you're right, with Shuri, Sauron, I mean, it's a very strong deck. It's just that unfortunately those Triskelion locations and the weird like no on reveal or those very restricting locations that we've seen so far in these couple of matches here have really limited the ability to get that combo off for Omnibe. But maybe we'll see it here.
Honestly, I feel like Shuri Sauron is more of a ladder climbing deck than a conquest or tournament deck. It's not as diverse. It doesn't have as many different things it can do. So it's kind of limited in its singular playstyle, like we were saying before. So yeah, I think that in retrospect, it is King of Canada who probably has the better list in this matchup.
In this matchup, it does seem like it. Although, you know, the last tournament I was in, I played versus a Shuri Sauron deck. I forget what I played against it, but my deck was very bad versus it.
I mean, certainly it's still a good deck, so yeah, you can't really rule it out for either player.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're going with the Iron Lad, so let's see what it pulls.
Iron Lad is always exciting. You just never know.
And we got that Sauron play, sorry.
We got, okay.
We got Rocks.
I used to love Rock Slide. I mean, I still like him.
Rock Slide, even after the nerf, is still a really solid deck. Just adding that junk into your opponent's hand is... Or, sorry, deck. It just, like, especially if they're playing a combo deck, like Shuri Sauron is kind of has a combo associated with it.
Yeah.
It does dilute your deck so that you are less likely to get the cards that you need. So, all right. So we do have the Iron Man play, which means that King of Canada might be setting up for a Ms. Marvel turn 6, depending on if they're winning.
Too. Guess it depends. We didn't see a Shuri go down.
We did not, correct. Oh, the Red Skull, that... I don't know if that might be detrimental. Oh, no, it's Sauron out. Okay. So yeah, even with Ms. Marvel, he cannot win the right lane.
Okay, this is looking good for Omnibe now.
That is Omnibe. If Omnibe has Eliath in hand, all they need to do here is play Eliath left, and they're guaranteed the win.
Yep, or even mid, right? Maybe not. Maybe
no,
not.
I would
Sorry,
play.
you're right. Because
I would play it left.
Miss Marvel potentially, yeah.
So yeah, honestly, in this position, no matter what, it's best for King of Canada to not retreat because he's gonna lose 2 cubes either way.
You can't retreat.
And also they already know what each other's deck lists are, so yeah, if you're gonna do the Ms. Marvel play, okay, sure. Darkhawk Rock Slide might be another alternative to play as well.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's different options.
Oh, he's thinking about it right after we say it. That's funny.
It's a tough decision, you know?
I agree.
Like,
I mean,
you can't really retreat because it's the same thing. You might as well try it because you don't know what they're gonna play.
Yeah, you're feeling... I don't know, you're feeling bad right now in this position. Either way, you're like, I'm probably gonna lose, but I should stay. And they play Taskmaster, okay. So that's 19 power, and of course the Ms. Marvel is not enough on either lane.
Yep,
Omnibe with the win.
Survives another round. All right, bringing it back slowly. It's still honestly anyone's game here. Omnibe
it really
with
is.
1 cube. It's possible. King of Canada at how many cubes? 5 or something?
I think it was 5, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's 5. So Omnibe needs to win 3 in a row here. I guess technically 4 in a row. Not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable, especially if they get great draws where they can Enchantress a big Darkhawk or Iron Man lane, or if they get that Shuri combo with Taskmaster.
Mm-hmm.
So King of Canada right now with a pretty... okay, well now we got a low energy cost card. But yeah, everything in his hand currently is 4 energy costs, so this is kind of a bad draw for King of Canada.
Yeah, although I guess if he can Moon Girl, the cost would be reduced because there's a Quinjet on the board now.
True. So yeah, we might get... he doesn't really want to play that Mystique mate. Well, maybe he will, actually.
Ooh.
Maybe he will. Because that, like, he did just play a Quinjet, so...
I think also because he's making room in his hand for the Moon Girl. To, like,
Oh.
to double all the other things, right? And then
So
that
he's
means
thinking
there'll be 2, right? There'll be 2 costs instead of 3.
Yeah, exactly.
if
It'll
he
be
does
2
do that.
reduced.
Man.
The other option is to Mystique on the left on Dream Dimension. But no, it looks like he will not be doing that.
Okay.
And now we're gonna be playing, let's see, is it Iron Lad? Is it Ms. Marvel? Yeah, it's looking better right now for Omnibe, I feel like.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just because there's some power on the board. And... I don't know. Iron Lad? I'm always scared
Iron
to
Lad?
play into Strange Academy because I don't know where my cards are gonna go.
Yeah, true.
What's it gonna get? Oh, Rock
Oh,
Slide
man.
again. Wow.
I bet he wishes he played that in Convertage now.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, now he's got...
Oh, does it actually do that though? I don't think it would.
Yeah, it would trigger twice, yep.
Oh, really?
It used to not back in the day, but they did change it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like they're considering the Rock Slide. I think that it might be a Darkhawk play as well.
Probably.
Nope, Rock Slide. So this is turn 5. So I don't know if Rock Slide's going to be enough power. Like the other option would be like an Iron Man potentially, or a Darkhawk in Dark Dimension. I like that play a lot better.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Enchantress going down early. Okay.
Yeah, that's helpful for Omnibe, honestly. I think that Omnibe is still in a favorable position.
Oh my gosh, Omnibe's probably like, wow, all my cards just went mid.
Omnibe, I would be okay with that, yeah.
It is a lot of power. It's like pretty difficult to beat that.
It's really hard. So, and also Omnibe has priority. So Omnibe, all they need is Goliath to play on the right lane, and they win here. So they're in actually a pretty great position. I would say that they're probably favored to win this game.
Yeah, because they really, depending on what they have, they could, they probably play on the right lane.
Yeah, I would absolutely play on the right.
Yeah. That would be the easiest lane to win, but this is a very tough position for King of Canada.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the last one. Oh, he's just going to retreat. That's fine.
That's true.
I agree with that. I mean, you could play it out. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you could play it out or retreat. It's the same thing. Like if he knows for sure he's gonna lose. It was a pretty very tough position.
All right, so like he's 2 more matches for Omnibe to win this.
Omnibe is starting to bring it back. That's crazy.
I love when people come back from behind like this though. Like it's just exciting gameplay.
It is.
King of Canada had
scary.
Danger Room is scary, but there is an armor, so we'll see if maybe armor gets played left.
Yeah, but I
otherwise
wouldn't do that. That helps my opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe like on the last turn or something, or like later
Yeah.
on.
All right, so we got that turn two, Jeff. At least King of Canada has a better curve this game because he's able to play before turn 4.
Mm-hmm.
See what Omnibe does. Omnibe might be playing an armor or a lizard. Zero Maw maybe as well. There's the armor.
See?
Armor right.
That's what I said. I didn't think Omnibe was gonna play the armor on the danger room.
Elysium, this is huge.
Elysium is so fun. It's
This
huge,
is-
but it's scary.
I think that it benefits King of Canada slightly more.
Yeah,
With
because
all of
King
his
of Canada
cost
can play
reduction stuff.
more. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh man, so if he plays Moon Girl, those things would be.
No, he does not have a cost reduction out yet, other than Elysium. So he needs like a Jeff out.
Right.
Or sorry, not a Jeff, a
like,
Quinjet.
thinking-
All right, so an early shift to the left lane for the Jeff, which I agree with. I think that that's smart, just in case X Mansion destroys his card somehow.
Mhm.
And we got the Ebony Maw zeroed out, so that's a really large right lane.
Yeah.
Well,
What the Iron Lad only copies this rock slide.
yeah, 3
Never
times
seen it
now.
copy anything else.
It did copy the Quinjet once, I believe, and then every other time. Ooh,
Wow.
actually, Medusa's really good because it was the middle
Yeah.
lane. All right, so
Hmm.
honestly, I would also consider moon girling here if I was King of Canada. I would also consider Ms. Marvel here if I was King of Canada.
I would do Miss Marvel.
Ms. Marvel's a solid play. It's a mini Doctor Doom, and it's
Yeah.
cheaper.
The only thing I would be worried about is Enchantress. But I mean,
You can only Enchantress one lane.
That's what I was gonna say. You can only do it to one lane, so you spread it out.
Yeah, I think that I like this play. I think this is the best play they have. They don't need a rock slide again because they, kind of already did.
Yeah, Vision is good.
Oh, and now we got the Dark Hawk Mystique that they can play. So this might be a rock slide. But they can also rock slide on turn 6. So it's not necessary yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I would avoid playing Dark Hawk in the middle if I was King of Canada, just because
just
that's
to
another.
Split up the ongoings, right?
Right, exactly. So
And then maybe
here-
take the chance in the danger
yeah, I would take the
room.
chance.
I would too.
I would take the chance. Oh, they're doubling up, right? That's risky. You don't want to have. Yeah, there we go. You don't want to have all your ongoing in one lane when you know your opponent has Enchantress.
Yeah.
It does hurt that Ms. Marvel on the right, but it was too risky to play the Dark Hawk on the left.
Yeah, I definitely would not have done that. Okay, final
so are we
turn
gonna get-
here. Interesting.
I mean, honestly, it could just be an Alioth mid.
That's what I
Oh
think.
no, he can't Alioth.
Oh, because of the
He doesn't have
it's-
priority.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, you need priority now.
Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the middle lane is the better lane to Enchantress, just because it still adds 10 power. But
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
if
all
Omnibe
three.
has drawn Enchantress.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah. Honestly, Omnibe has only played Shuri once or twice this set, so he hasn't really been getting his combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there were locations that prevented him from it too.
Yeah.
It's been
True.
difficult. Yeah, because it's very specific, right? For the Shuri.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're getting that rock slide on the right. I think that's a good play.
Right? That probably would be.
Yeah, I think you just play the Moon Girl and you play Ravona. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you can stack it right or middle, either way.
Yep, exactly.
Because that rock slide is giving plus 7 power on the right.
I'm so curious as to what Omnibe is gonna play.
Oh, you might as well play that Ravona. There we go. Yeah, I think that I like this play. Out of time. We got the Alioth, but that will not be enough. And it looks like King of Canada
Ooh,
Sweaty round one, but we'll move forward over Omnibe.
nice. GG. Congratulations to King of Canada on making it through to the round of 32, and Omnibe, very, very well played. It was actually, and it actually ended up a lot closer than I thought it would. So well done to both of the players.
It started off with King of Canada with a huge lead, and now, like you said, you can never count them out even with one cube. And Omnibe did their best, and it was a match. It was fun. That was a good set.
Omnibe definitely closed the gap a lot. And I mean, both players played so well, and it was really fun watching that. So that was awesome. I mean, like, you can never predict what locations you're gonna get in, you know, in any of these games. So that's always very exciting to see. And they both did a great job.
Yeah, I think, I guess, do you want to go back to the bracket? Let's see how everything is shaking out.
Yeah, let's see how we're doing. I think that was I would say that was kind of a longer game that we just watched. Let me just refresh this thing real quick. Sorry guys, there we go. Let me take a look and see who is moving forward. It looks like Dychotic is gonna move forward between Dychotic and PeacefulSea. And then Xiaomi's gonna be moving forward. ExplosiveYoda's moving forward.
Actually, speaking of, I think ExplosiveYoda might be our next match.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love watching Yoda play. That's awesome.
The last time we commentated together was ExplosiveYoda versus Binks.
Oh, that's right. What an exciting game that was.
That was a really close one, too. That was a fun match.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. All right, we got, Cablepool and Hushwald, MaxTaipei, Mr. High.
Speaking of MaxTaipei, I'm really looking forward to seeing his games.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Max won like a pretty big, I think it was like a Southeast Asian tournament that Lambie was broadcasting. I forgot the tournament name, but he got first place. So he's going to be a contender for winning this whole thing.
Yeah, dang. Okay, sorry, 1 second while I figure this out. Let's go to a be right back real quick. I'm gonna toggle over so that you guys can watch some interviews that some of the players have recorded. Welcome anybody coming in from a raid. I think Dexter raided. Thank you, Dexter, and also PeacefulSea. Thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. Sorry about the audio hiccup from earlier. I'm glad we got it sorted. We are on a 2-minute delay. So, you know, if there is anything, please feel free to just, you know, let us know in the chat, and our mods are monitoring as well. And we're hoping to make this as smooth as possible for you guys. So we're gonna quickly go over to a be right back scene, and anybody who is part of the tournament, thanks for being patient. I know a lot of people got buys. We're gonna let you know here real soon when you can start the next round. It'll be pretty soon because I think everyone's done now. So, all right, we will be right back.
Hi, my name is Peaceful. I'm here for Felicity's tournament. Excited to be here. Gonna be a ton of fun. So without any further ado, I'm gonna answer some questions. What is your tournament experience? I've been playing tournaments since I was probably like, you know, just out of high school. I played a lot of Magic tournaments. I played in a couple Pokemon card game tournaments. I've played in Hearthstone tournaments, and now in Snap. This is probably like my 6th or 7th Snap tournament. I really enjoy them. They're a ton of fun to play. They just really, like, they give you a different element to the game. It's a game, you know, you play all the time, and then suddenly when the stakes are on, it's interesting how your thought processes and stuff change. And that's always been something that's really interested me. And also just seeing how well I can do in a competitive environment. What do I love about Marvel Snap? Marvel Snap is an interesting game in that it's very simple on the surface. You can learn to play Marvel Snap in, I don't know, probably 10 minutes. The tutorial at the beginning of the game does an awesome job of teaching you the game. But with the snap mechanic, with locations, and with deck building, it's one of those games where I don't think even now anyone has it completely mastered, which is crazy to think about with how many hours a lot of us have put into it, thousands of hours, some of us. It's such a deep strategic game. And that's why I love it. That's my favorite thing about it, is that there's just so many layers to learn, but it's also so simple to get into. I think that's great for keeping players invested in the game. What is your favorite card? Well, my favorite card is Thanos. Rest in peace. They've butchered him. I think the Mind Stone change was the final nail in the coffin, the poor guy. But I'm sure he'll be back on top at some point. I think there looks like there's some exciting stuff out in the pipeline for him. But yeah, definitely Thanos. If you had to put one card in every deck, what would it be? Well, I think that's an easy one. You can probably see him bouncing around by me. It's Jeff. It's just Jeff. It's always Jeff. It should be Jeff. You need to play with Jeff. If Jeff's not in your deck, what do you even do? Why are you even playing Marvel Snap? Unless you don't have him. And for that, I'm very sorry. Tell us a Marvel Snap joke or pickup line. All right, well, Felicity's chat can debate whether this one counts, but I got a knock knock joke for you. You ready? Knock knock. Who's there? Echo. Echo who? Echo who? Echo who? There you go. Slightly embarrassed I just did that. All right. What do you like doing outside of Marvel Snap? Well, I love other games as well. I'm a big Nintendo nerd. I love Mario. I love Zelda. I play a lot of those types of games. And then probably my main passion outside of Marvel Snap is music. As anyone who tunes into my stream knows, we listen to a lot of music. We talk about a lot of music. And music is just something that's always been a huge part of my life. I play guitar. I used to be in a band. And I love going to concerts and stuff like that. So definitely my favorite thing outside of that is music. Also, I have 3 kids. So it's not like I have that much free time anyway. Let's be real. What is my favorite archetype in Marvel Snap? I enjoy a lot of different archetypes. My favorite for most of the time I've played has been Thanos Control, or some form of Thanos, but it's been hard to play that lately, so I kind of down on it a little bit. But another deck that I've always loved is Darkhawk. Honestly, if Loki got tuned down a little bit, I think Loki is super fun. I think that's part of why they're so hesitant to change it. As much as I hate playing against it, Loki is a ton of fun to play with. So I totally understand why they do that. And Sarah Control, another one. Anything that lets you do a lot of things in Marvel Snap when normally you're limited to like 1 or 2 cards at most per turn. It's just really, really fun. Which Marvel character would you most likely be friends with? There's only one correct answer to this, and it is Groot. If you are not Groot, then what are you even doing? All right. Nice to meet you all. Hope everyone is enjoying the tournament, and hopefully you will see me in the finals.
Hello everyone, I'm Max, a Marvel Snap content creator based in Taiwan. I'm here to answer a few questions. What is your tournament experience? I have participated in many online tournaments like CG Series, Battle Arena, and many more. I'm also very lucky to have just won a big offline tournament organized by Marvel Snap Taiwan. What is your favorite card? I think my favorite card is the Living Tribunal. If you had to put one card in every deck, what would it be? I guess it would be Spider-Ham.
All right, guys, we are getting into the next game here. We've got ExplosiveYoda versus Justicee.
So it looks like we got another Shuri Sauron deck for ExplosiveYoda.
Yeah. Oh,
And
he has Shang-Chi in his.
he has Shang-Chi, yeah. And Justicee is playing a similar deck to what KingOfCanada was playing. I mean, it's different, though. It doesn't have Moon Girl, but he is playing ongoing with Ms. Marvel and Darkhawk, but also Devil Dino.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting to see. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought it was Great Web, but it's Aunt May's. They would look kind of...
Yeah, Aunt May's, I actually like Aunt May's. That one's a fun one.
Yeah.
especially if your opponent doesn't remember to play there early on, then they're it's hard for them to get power over on Ant Maze because the first card is going to get moved. So there's some interesting things that can happen with the Ant Maze location.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, and we're gonna get a Snow Guard Hawk that's disabling everything. That's an early Hawk.
Yeah. That's an early Hawk. I don't hate it. That means that I forgot what that location's called, but in the middle it won't mirror dimension. Yeah, it won't change. So it's just gonna stay as mirror dimension. And then Ant Maze obviously won't trigger here.
Oh my gosh, it's turn 4 already. This game.
Yeah, it's turn 4 already.
Fast. No snaps from either of the players just yet. We're seeing an Agent Coulson and Korg, which leads me to believe it's potentially like a Devil Dino game because they're filling their.
Yeah, I agree. Also, Justice does still have it possible for Ms. Marvel to make an impact if she's played mid as well. So it's looking pretty good for Justice having a decent amount of outs.
Yeah, I feel like it's not as straightforward as what you would see in like the Shuri deck, because you kind of know like which cards are like big power, whereas with Justice's deck, because there's things like Darkhawk and Miss Marvel and Devil Dino, Mystique, and I mean,
that's like
even
variable.
Shadow King, right? Like there's so many different combos and things that could.
Yeah, actually, speaking of Shadow King, that does counter Shuri as well.
Oh, that's true. Although I guess Yoda has not played the Shuri here on this game, at least.
Okay, so he's going with the Taskmaster into... Okay, so the thing is, Yoda realized that he didn't play into Aunt Mazia, so that was actually kind of risky to play left, because if the Taskmaster moved to the Camartage, he definitely would lose.
True.
So good job on Yoda spotting that. I like Taskmaster mid, and then Ebony Maw maybe left, and just let it get plus 10 power somewhere. Or play it right.
I mean,
I like it left.
Yeah, there it's just kind of like...
It's free 3 energy, like, or 3 power for 1 energy. They got the Dark Hawk right, and so that's what... Oh, with the Rock Slide. So...
Ooh, that's...
He really needs the Ebony Maw to move right to win this. And he got it, Yoda!
That 50-50. Wow, Yoda.
Only a 2-cuber, unfortunately, for Yoda, but that was a hype win. Wow.
It was. I mean, if he risked that for more than those cubes, it'd be pretty scary.
Yeah, it would have been scary. Like, he probably would have left if Justice snapped, to be frank, but... we got a mirror dimension, or sorry, dark dimension here. What's so nice about dark...
for Ebony Maw. Wow, yeah.
It's also really good for ExplosiveYoda because he's got Eliath. So if he's able to guarantee winning a lane, and then he can Eliath on the left, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, true. Oh, so wait, the Eliath would just kill everything? Like, if you have priority then? Because it's unrevealed?
Yeah, yeah.
What? But it's not that turn, right? Does it matter?
Yeah, Eliath is all unrevealed cards now. That's how it got changed.
Oh my god.
But Yoda needs the priority, though. So as long as Yoda has priority, he can kill everything in Dark Dimension.
I mean, he is playing a Shuri deck, so...
Exactly. And Yoda passes again, so I guess doesn't want to play the armor for some reason. I don't understand why.
Maybe he feels like, hey, if I get Eliath, maybe I want to use it somewhere. And the armor rests.
Oh, so who snapped? Did Yoda snap? Yoda snapped here. Okay, so he's snapping before the Shuri play. That's a classic Shuri move.
I'm excited to see.
Me too.
I mean, so Agent Coulson again, I feel like it's... I don't know, it's like prepping for like Dino potentially. I mean, I always think that. Then again, it's just like, what else do you play turn 3?
Yeah, I mean, what's nice about Agent Coulson is that it gives you options. Like you have cards that your opponent doesn't know you have as well.
Mystery. Yeah. Oh, I like the Shuri Vision thing.
I do too. So We got 16 power vision coming in hot. And now Yoda could potentially move it to dodge a Shadow King. And also Yoda got rocks in his deck now, so Alioth is not in his hand, so he's not going to get that easy Alioth win most likely, and Justice snaps back.
Nice.
Yeah, this is actually kind of scary for Yoda, I think. Let's see, we got the Dino played on the right. It's 17 power.
It might have been Dino.
And he drew the Alioth.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, but he doesn't have Prio.
Oh, he doesn't have Prio, you're right.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
I like this. This is a sneaky Shang-Chi, sneaky 7 power on the right. And then moving that vision left.
Sneaky. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I like this play. I wonder where's Justice gonna play?
Oh my gosh. It's like whenever I go against Vision, I'm just never sure where the opponent's gonna put it. It's so hard to predict. Because like on one hand, to me, I would think, man, maybe my opponent's gonna play the Vision to try to contest my Devil Dino. You know? Because that's unexpected maybe, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
I think also because people are so much more accustomed to the game now, the meta has changed where sometimes it's even good to just keep Vision in the same lane. Because usually it's a good idea to move your Vision, regardless of what lane you go to. I mean, just in general, usually it's a good idea. But sometimes, you just throw them off by not moving the Vision and making them think that you're going to move it. So, yeah, this is scary for Justice. That Shang-Chi is huge. That's one of the best Shang-Chi variants in the game as well.
They didn't play anything.
Wow, so...
Oh my gosh, okay. Well, it depends on what's happening in the left lane. The Darkhawk is big. Oh
he
my
read
gosh,
the Vision being moved. Wow, and he lost an 8-cuber. Oh no.
Oh gosh. That's tough. Wow. That's really big.
Yeah, that Shadow King. I wasn't sure if that was gonna happen or not.
That's scary. All right, well, getting into another game. Yoda at 2 cubes and Justice at 8 cubes. But once again, just because someone's at a much lower cube count doesn't mean they can't win the game.
Also, it's nice for Yoda that he still has one more retreat left, so he's not completely...
Oh, it's not high stakes
stuck. Yeah, it's not high stakes yet.
Very true. Well, he does have Sauron in his hand, which is really good considering he has all those cards in his hands that have abilities.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and
great.
Honestly, Shuri into Ebony, Shuri turn 5 into Ebony Maw Taskmaster is actually a really solid play as well, because that's still 14 power potentially on 2 different lanes, or 28 power. But unfortunately, Ebony Maw just got Sicard out, and Mystique as well.
Mystique got out for Justice, so
which is way worse. That is okay. It looks like Yoda just snapped.
Okay.
I think that's a solid snap. We'll see if Justice wants to stay and try to just win out early. Oh no, they retreated.
It's the retreat. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can't fault them for that.
Yeah.
And I still think it's not high stakes yet. So Yoda again, so next round is when high stakes start. So this is his last game that he can potentially retreat on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Warrior Falls. I hate that location so much.
Yeah, Warrior Falls is pretty good for Yoda.
Ooh, we're gonna see a Snow Guard drop here. Quantum Realm. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? Wait, but isn't what's his face good in Quantum Realm? Taskmaster, if he draws Taskmaster.
Yeah, Taskmaster is really good in Quantum Realm. Yeah. Because it will still copy the power after the base power set to 2.
But Darkhawk and Devil Dino are good in there too, right?
Yes, exactly.
And
yeah.
Mystique.
And Mystique. Yeah, I mean they just get stronger.
Oh, sorry. What card was in Warrior Falls from Justice? It got
That was a
destroyed.
snow guard. That was the base snow guard, not
right.
the other
That's
cards.
right. Okay.
So yeah, what sucks about this play from Yoda though is that now he has to choose whether or not he wants to protect that Ebony Maw or that Zero.
I think it's not
which
bad.
he does
It's a
choose
good
it.
amount of power. Like that in that lane. That's a good amount of power that he has.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair. Yeah.
So here,
the
I
Shang-Chi
think
draw is
Yoda
great, though.
Yoda's got to just build up that right lane right now. I think.
Yeah.
Because he does have Shang-Chi. Yeah. So here, I think the play is probably Vision. Oh no, he's gonna Red Skull. Okay, he's going for the glory.
Yeah, because I mean he can Taskmaster mid.
Yeah, he can Taskmaster mid. Yeah. He doesn't have a second card you can play with it, but that's fine. So that will be a 16 power Taskmaster.
I wish we could see Justice's hand.
I know. Yeah,
I'm so
it's okay.
Curious. Because Justice has so many cards that like you just don't know. You know.
You just don't know. Yeah.
It could be
Like,
anything. There's a lot of different.
The Snow Guard Hawk right now will disrupt that Stark Tower, and it'll disrupt Quantum Realm. It completely changes how the game is, like how the locations are played right now.
Yeah, that's true. The Quantum Realm. That's a good point with that.
All right, so he does go for that Dark Hawk.
Dark Hawk's going there. Interesting.
The question now is, do we Shang-Chi here?
Oh, not a bad idea.
Do we Alliance middle? I don't think that's the play.
Yeah, because then you would end up tying.
Yeah, I think the play is I think it's Taskmaster mid over left, personally.
I feel like Taskmaster mid as well.
I don't know if Yoda knows if Taskmaster will work here, but it does work. It will be 16 power middle if he plays it there.
Maybe he's not sure. That's not bad too.
I like the Shang-Chi.
That's not bad as well.
Yeah, and remember, the Stark Tower came off on Darkhawk, so if he does copy it with Mystique, it's going to be 12 power, so Mystique alone wouldn't win that left lane.
Oh, okay.
And no, Justice plays left, so
okay.
Mystique alone won't win, but he has the Ms. Marvel.
Which is not enough. And
it's not enough because Shang-Chi killed the Darkhawk as well.
Yeah, wow. Yoda survives yet another round, bringing it to 2 versus 5 cubes.
Yeah, so Yoda needs to win 3 in a row to stay in the tournament. And like we've said before, we've seen it done, yeah. It ain't over till it's over.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so Yoda has the Sauron in hand, so he's probably going to hold off on playing Ebony Maw.
That's the smart thing to do.
And Justice probably going to play like a Zabu or a Jeff this turn. There we go, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely Sauron here. Oh, and Kunlun, so that's going to make Jeff bigger.
Oh.
Potentially. Or Vision as well.
Oh, that's true. Oh, he does have Vision in his hand. That's a good call. There's the Sauron, which is great.
Oh, and Yoda draws one of those rocks. Oh, it's a rainbow split. Look at that. It's got the swirls.
Nice.
All right, so now there's no more rocks to be thrown at Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think we'll see Vision or Red Skull from Yoda here?
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna.
Because like Vision is still Vision is telegraphed too. Like if you play Vision, you're most likely gonna be moving right. Yeah, he doesn't have Taskmaster. Sorry.
Yeah.
But he does have Typhoid Mary and Ebony Maw, which is still 17 power.
You're right. That's still a ton of power. That's
so much power.
Good. That's pretty solid. I bet the Jeff's gonna
also between Lizard and Ebony Maw, that's 12 power just for 3 energy. So we'll see what he draws.
Yep. I think that's a
Yoda's looking for probably like a Shang-Chi again or a Taskmaster here.
Taskmaster would be great. Okay, I mean that's pretty good, mid. Ooh,
All
there
right,
is a
so
Shang-Chi. But it's kind of scary because like
I remember
cause,
there is a Shadow King, so I think Shadow King could potentially.
oh man, he should
Um,
split up his. Oh, I don't know.
I think the safe play might be Shang-Chi. Oh, you're gonna. Okay, okay. I
Ooh,
don't hate this, but
interesting. But the middle is really scary.
the middle is what I'm scared about. I would Shang-Chi middle.
Potentially, yeah, because of the Shadow
And that
King.
Jeff is probably moving right as well, yeah.
Oh gosh.
And the
Yep,
Shadow
we do see the
King,
Shadow
the Ms.
King.
Marvel,
Tough.
and Shang-Chi will not do anything.
I hate
And
to
Yoda,
see
unfortunately,
it. Some good
my
rounds
boy.
though. Some really good
Yeah.
rounds. Tough. Yeah, good
Well, hey,
play,
that's Snap.
Yep. But congratulations to Justice, who will be moving on to the round of 16. Okay, let me move
Yeah, congrats.
this. Yep.
And good job to Yoda as well.
Yep. Good job to Yoda.
So this was a fast match, so we're gonna have a little bit of time before the next round starts.
Yeah, we will. So let's move over to the other channel, Tuffy. The up
Okay.
next channel. Yep. We can just go up there. All right. Man, it's so hard playing in the tournament. I'm glad I'm not in it. I'm glad I'm just casting it.
Yeah, I get stressed out. Like that's one of the reasons I don't really play in tournaments. It's just like
Yeah, and it's like
unnecessary stress for me.
and it's like easy for us to like when we're watching it, we're like, oh, we could do like this and this and this. But yeah, when you're in it, it's like I don't know, like I'm like a little more nervous as well. I'm like, oh god, what do I do? And then I mean with decks like, you know, like the one that Justice played, there's so many different options and ways that they can put power on the board. So it's like I don't know, it's really tough to play against. And even if
That's true.
Yeah, even if you've seen a lot of those combos a lot, it's just like people play differently and you just never know.
And like it's a very flexible, like it's almost like cheap to play that like Dark Hawk Mystique combo. So like you can play the Mystique and then also play Shadow King. So it's like it's not only that you can put a lot of power into a lane for cheap, but you can also have like a control element reducing the power of the Shuried card in a different lane while playing, 10 power, 12 power, 14 power in a different lane.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so what we are going to do right now, I think there are, let's take a look at the bracket real quick, because I think there's still a lot of games still going on, because, I mean, I think we finished so quickly last time because we had a slightly late start, and also we had a bunch of buys, but now that is not the case, so give me a second, let me refresh.
Also, we had like a long-running one on the tournament, or on the stream, we had a long-running match.
It really was a long-running one. So let's go back up to the top here. Let's see. We have, for round 3, we're still waiting on, oh yeah, so jjrolk and Dychotic are still playing, but it looks like Tay Easy has moved on. And then Justice is moving on. We don't know yet between T-Baby and Lufku who's going to be moving on. Oh, MaxTaipei won his game. So it's going to be Cablepool or Hushwealth. And then looks like the game after that, nobody has finished just yet. But the one after that, Rocco Sacco and Do Boss is moving on to the round of 16. Also, Kawacast is moving on. Still waiting on who his opponent is. Sixational versus, who knows, either Project Chris or Rusinho. And then we do have our last group here, which is ZEVZ FURE versus Quinee Equinox. So nicely done to all of these players. Congrats for moving on to the round of 16.
Yeah, speaking of other players to look out for, we do have the SnapCon champion, Rocco Sacco, in this tournament that we didn't talk about before, but he is another player that definitely has a chance to win it all this tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have the pleasure of seeing Rocco Sacco play in the grand finals of SnapCon, and he's a very strong player. And I mean, you can see he has already moved to the round of 16, so
Yeah.
it's not an easy tournament, guys. So well done to and everybody who's in the tournament. Whether you have won or lost, there's a lot of people here who are very, very good at the game. So please don't feel bad if you've gotten knocked out early. It's honestly like with like
I mean, there's so many reasons that you could be knocked out early as well.
Exactly.
Not just a skill thing.
Exactly. I mean, like, you pick a deck and sometimes the opponent's deck just counters yours, or you get like some crazy locations that are just really unfavored for you. Yeah, many different reasons. Maybe you didn't draw your combo. So yeah, there's many factors. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we are going to take a little bit of a break and kind of set some things up. We also have another caster who's going to be coming on as well, so we're going to do a bit of setup for all of that. So, Teffy, thank you very much for casting with me. We are going to have Teffy back at the end for the finals, but for now... thank you very much for casting the first 2 games with me.
No problem. Thanks for having me, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Sounds good. All right, guys, we are going to be right back. All right, we are back, and with me I have Shiva CCG. Shiva, do you want to give a quick intro of yourself?
Yeah, sure. What's up, everyone? If you were hoping for a better caster, you got me instead. So happy to be here, though. Thanks for the invite, Felicity. Yeah, Shiva CCG, for those of you who don't know me. I stream Marvel Snap over on my Twitch channel, but only check that out when Felicity's not live. Stay here first. But yeah, no, happy to be here, and thanks for the invite. Ready to cast some games. Some big names in the tournament, so I'm excited to watch them.
All right, awesome. Well, we are already getting into our next game in the round of 16. It is Quinee Equinox versus ZEVZ FURE. All right, looks like the game has already started. I think the deck lists are still getting updated if they haven't been already. Oh, maybe they've already been updated. Nice job, TC.
Yeah, so loving the deck lists. I was watching a few rounds before this, so seen some Shuri already tonight, but excited to see some Valkyrie. I know Valkyrie has seen a lot more play recently since Annihilus came out. It looks like we have Annihilus on the board as well against Loki. So excited to see. I haven't seen Annihilus in a tournament yet, so excited to see how that performs.
I'm very excited about Annihilus as well, because anytime I've played Annihilus, it's either like I don't get to use it at all, but when I do, it's like it's pretty epic. So I'm very excited about that.
Now the question is, do we get to Loki and then see an Annihilus for much cheaper and then send the Void back over if it comes over, right?
Oh my gosh, that's like Loki, a total like punch my monitor moment there.
So with Loki being able to send potentially those creatures back over, that's going to be interesting. So yeah, I'm not a Loki player, so I haven't had the ability to do that yet, but would be fun to see.
Oh man. We're gonna get an Annihilus play already. It depends who has the last Annihilus, but I guess a Loki hasn't been played yet, right?
No Loki yet. So they have the Daredevil on the board, so they're gonna be able to see what's coming here. So also could be interesting. I mean, Loki decks in general are just, can you play your opponent's deck better than they play it for cheaper? So I'm looking at cards like, Mirage on the deck. Like Mirage right now, it would just take the 1/6 demon without needing to play the hood. So different things like that could be. Yeah, I haven't seen this matchup yet, so I'm excited to see what possibilities Loki can pull out.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, anytime I see the opponent have Daredevil, I'm always so afraid. Even if they don't have like Professor X, it's like they already know what I'm doing. We are gonna see a Loki play here. It depends.
And this is where I would love to see what Loki got.
For sure. Well, I want to see the Annihilus play. It might happen. I mean, it is the most power, right? We'll see. And what's good is Quinee has does not have prio.
I was just about to mention the same thing. It's kind of like if they both play Annihilus who doesn't have prio, so it's like the opposite of Lyeth. Lyeth, you want prio. If it's Annihilus versus Annihilus, you kind of don't want the prio.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was just about to say the same thing with Quinee not having prio here. It makes the Annihilus a lot safer for sure.
Definitely. And there's no like a Lyeth or anything like that either, so that's good. Right.
But not having prio also means if their Eliath got the Cosmo, then they could stop the Annihilus from happening altogether.
No, there's no Eliath, right?
No, the Cosmo. If Loki got their Cosmo. Oh,
you're saying the Cosmo would stop the Annihilus.
You're right.
Ooh,
right.
That's
Annihilus
a good
is on
spot
reveal, right?
to play. Oh, no, wait, there's Jeff. Okay, wow, this is tough because there's so many different options. I feel like so many different things could work, but at the same time, I don't know. Oh, that's so many cards coming down for ZEVZ.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Loki will do, allow you to play a lot of cards. That Void is not getting destroyed anymore.
Ooh, the Cosmo, though.
The Void no longer being destroyed because the armor comes down.
There's a lot of power on the left side. Is it?
But it's going to be enough in the middle.
Wow, yeah. GG. All right, Quinee takes the first round.
Yeah, the Cosmo did come out, try to stop the Annihilus from happening overall, but played it on the left, so Annihilus still goes off, gets rid of the -3 there, plus the Demon is enough to take middle. But yeah, the armor, so that's the interesting part with the Loki, right? They're taking a lot of tools that you don't really want them to have when you're playing Annihilus. Like the armor stopped the Void from being destroyed, even though they couldn't send it over, can't be destroyed. And then if they take your Cosmo and they have prio, it kind of stops the Annihilus. So there's multiple ways to kind of keep the Void over on, the opponent's side of the board there, if they, take the right pieces from the Annihilus deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really hard to predict for both players. Whenever you have like so many cards where there's so many different options and combos and things, like I never know what to do. And like we even saw Quinee take back the first moves and reset and everything. So it's tough. It's not easy.
Yeah, and I think the good news though is you have kind of multiple ways to maybe deal with it, right? Because you can split up if you're Quinee, you can split up the Equinox and Annihilus, and then Cosmo can't hit both of them, and then Valkyrie can hit the -10 if it's guaranteed to stay on your side. So different things like that you can try to predict and get rid of the -10. So also just playing Sentry on your own Cosmo is a good option as well.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that as well. If you just don't have Annihilus, or if you don't have a way to deal with it. Oh, I just noticed Quinee has a Destroyer in their deck. That's kind of cool too.
Also true, yeah. And then again, Cosmo. I think the story of this matchup, in my opinion, right now is like who has prio on turn 6, because like you kind of don't want it, but you kind of do want it, depending on what Loki pulls, right?
Yeah,
because if they Cosmo your Destroyer, you can't get rid of it. If they armor, there's a lot of things that like I think are happening on turn 6 every turn. Yeah. So I think fighting for prio could be important in this matchup.
Definitely. Oh my gosh, they both seem like pretty fun decks, actually. Ooh, Claw's a fun card.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Like it's obviously usually never good to fill up a location before turn 6, but with Collector, with Collector or cards that just can continue to grow, it doesn't matter as much because you can still continue to grow that location. So it's not like what you need to win there. Yeah. So a Loki here is going to pump your Collector by a ton. Quinee does not have prio, but it does make
Valkyrie. Oh, we're gonna see a Valkyrie play.
Yeah, I was gonna say it makes the Valkyrie safe to play because it's not gonna get Cosmo, and you have your own Cosmo in the middle, right?
Yeah, and they have the Miss Marvel as well, which boosts the power for the Nexus on the left. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
Yeah, so they're gonna lose a lot of power across all those locations with the Valkyrie coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what they'll be able to do here. If there's a way for them to win. I guess if they stack a lot of power, maybe. Guess we'll see.
Yeah. And we didn't see a Loki come down, right? So they don't have the tools that they had last
cards. Game. Yep, exactly.
Right. So it could be, you know, we could see a She-Hulk. They have Prio, so Shang-Chi doesn't really do anything here. So it's going to be
the small
see the
cards,
Hawk come down.
Yeah. And hope that they win. I feel like Quinee might have this, especially with the Valkyrie and the Miss Marvel powering up the Nexus. Oh man!
Yeah, that's a huge Valkyrie. Huge Valkyrie. Not not having Prio there, so they can reset the collector without it going back up with Maria Hill and all these different cards. So yeah, the Valkyrie play was huge there and a great play on the Nexus.
Yeah, completely turned the tables. Quinee, nice job.
Yeah, absolutely.
For 4 cubes. So now it is 10 cubes versus 4 cubes. I mean, we've seen in the past couple of games the people who were losing closed the gap a lot. I mean, they didn't end up winning, but honestly, you never know because it's still anyone's game right now.
All it takes is 1 cube in a dream, you know? That's all it takes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, with Elysium being a location, we're going to see one of my favorite things, which is a turn 4 Professor X. So
it's one of your favorite things?
Oh, I'm a lockdown
Lord.
player. So Professor X, Nebula, and Jeff share the title for my most split cards at like 11 or 12 apiece.
Oh my gosh, you are the person who makes people punch their monitors.
It's you know. I'm sorry, but I am that guy, I guess. So
you're not sorry. Well, we got a Cosmo in the Space Throne. This can be a little scary here because, I mean, ZEVZ can...
Yeah, absolutely. Cosmo coming down in Space Throne. I think there was a snap immediately after that location was revealed. And I think we saw Quinee ponder a retreat, but maybe being able to lock down 2 locations and win it. But especially with turn 4 Professor X, I mean, if you get really lucky here and get a Professor X down, that's uncontested. Now, the odds of that Professor X actually going uncontested, pretty slim, because they only have one spot on the left to play. So there's going to be cards coming down in the middle for sure.
I feel like
so Professor X too risky.
Professor X always baits me so much. Like every time I play Professor X without like Daredevil, I'm like, okay, this is such a great idea. Let's try this, and it ends up like, no, it's so bad.
Yeah. Destroyer's going to open up Space Throne, and that's going to be huge.
Wow.
Is that a snapback?
But there's no other what I'm not sure what else Quinee could play. Oh no, that's not true because I guess ZEVZ doesn't really have another big power card either, right?
Well, the She-Hulk came down already, and
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because the She-Hulk's already down, so then the next biggest thing is like Loki. Well, unless they play Loki.
Well, the interesting thing, but if they play Jeff this turn, right? So if they play Jeff on turn 5, they can play a card in Space Throne and move Jeff into Space Throne. So they get to add Jeff to it if they wanted to do something like that. But then with Collector being in Elysium, you know, all it takes is like a turn 6 Loki and you steal the left away, right? So there's going to be a lot of different options here depending on what happens. So again, Jeff, I think, comes down and that opens up something different. But Destroyer is huge. It's going to be a tough thing to beat in the middle with the Miss Marvel buff. And now the right.
Oh, Khazar.
Yeah, it's very winnable. So you do have to play around 7 power in Space Throne because they can move Jeff into there. So Annihilus could potentially only tie it, and then it comes down to can they put 10 power in the middle and make Collector 3 more to compensate for the Jeff.
Well, you know they do have a Shang-Chi. ZEVZ does have a Shang-Chi for mid if they actually wanted to take that down. So that's very scary.
Yeah, and then if they move Jeff out, Nebula is also going to get a trigger this turn, so they're going to go to 16. Quinee's going to go to 16 in Elysium. If they move Jeff out to tie up the Space Throne, they need to put actually 5 power to tie the left.
Oh, for the collector. Right?
But they didn't move Jeff. And so they actually ended up winning all 3 locations. So Quinee
GG.
taking that one. Yeah. GG's for sure. Maria Hill, not going to be enough to get it done there.
Yep. GG. Wow, that was a quick game.
Yeah,
but nicely done to
10-0.
Quinee. Yeah.
Yes.
Congratulations. Quinee is going to be moving on to the round of 8. All right, let me switch back over to the other scene here. What a game. My goodness.
Yeah, great game. Was a quick one. I think there was a double snap on that last game. The KZorro coming down in Space Throne. Definitely thought that was going to be able to take it with Cosmo being there, but the Destroyer opening it up. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't think Destroyer would be that useful in that deck. Because, I mean, I was looking at... I guess the Destroyer was pretty useful, especially with, like, the Sentry and with, like, you know, just with the other cards of the deck. It did make sense, but, I mean, that was great that Quinee was able to get that Destroyer out early, too, and take care of that Cosmo.
Yeah, I like the Destroyer addition to the deck, especially with Miss Marvel, right? Because it's 20 power with 1 card. And you're running armor in the deck also. So if you armor a location, you can like destroy or something and get 20 power. It's the same thought of like Orca plus Miss Marvel, but a lot easier to pull off because, you know, Orca's huge with Miss Marvel, but you can play other cards with Destroyer. So you get the armor down early, you get Cosmo down, you can destroy behind the Cosmo. If you need to destroy something, you can do that. So it's very versatile, and it's 20 power by itself with Miss Marvel. So
yeah,
I think it's a great addition to the deck. We saw it put work in on that last game.
Yeah, I want to try that deck. It seems so fun. Oh my gosh. Because, I mean, I played another kind of like a Nihilist deck, but it didn't have something like that could like actually like take care of like stuff in case like I'm not able to like send things over. So that was a great I think it's a great deck.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing I've seen, you know, I think especially early Annihilus decks, like when it first came out, they lacked a lot of like options and ways to get rid of their cards that weren't Annihilus, right? And what we saw with Quinee's deck is we had a lot of options. We have a Destroyer if we need to destroy it. You know, we have Valkyries if we just need to change it to +3, and that's a huge power swing. That's 13 power swing just from your Valkyrie. Well, 16 if you count Valkyrie's power too, right? So it's a huge power swing, and that's what I like about the deck, right? I think a lot of decks that have high cube rates just have a really big turn 6 and a surprise factor on turn 6. I mean, even if you look at like decks like Living Tribunal Hela, like Discard Tribunal, it's like,
I was playing that,
you know, it has a negative win rate but positive cube rate, and it's because it's got a big turn 6 and it can catch people off guard if you're not used to it, or just different things like that. So that deck just having so many different options, like think about from the opponent's perspective, it's like, do I play around Valkyrie? Do I play around Destroyer? Do I play around like a turn 6 Annihilus? Like, what are we doing here? And so it puts your opponent in the position to make decisions, and anytime you have to make a decision, there's the opportunity to make a wrong one, and that's how you lose games. And so I think the deck does a good job of putting your opponent in decisions that they can potentially get wrong. So
absolutely.
It's good.
I mean, my favorite round was the one with the Valkyrie. I mean, I don't see Valkyrie very often at all, and like I mean, I really like seeing cards played that are like not as common, because like they don't get to shine. But I'm really glad that Quinee had a chance to like actually use the Valkyrie and like completely turn the game around. So that was super cool.
Yeah, Annihilus had a big effect on the, we can call it card stock exchange, right? So like nobody's playing Sentry, nobody's playing Valkyrie. You know, it's been a while since those cards like have been heavily played. And then when Annihilus came out, it's like, okay, Sentry's everywhere. Valkyrie's making a comeback because it is a way to deal with the -10 void if you can't Annihilus it over. So it just gives you a lot of options. And so, yeah, I've seen more Valkyries in the past 2 weeks than I have in the past 4 months.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely been a card that is slept on a little bit. And even with Sebastian Shaw, right? Valkyrie is like a good answer to that potentially as well. So
that's
it's
true.
There's a lot of tech cards that with a lot of the more recent card releases have seen a little bit more time, right? And especially we've seen some tech cards lose some value with, you know, like Luke Cage getting a pretty big nerf and different things like that. So,
I know.
Yeah.
But he was a little too OP. I know.
Yeah.
I used him a lot, so it's not.
I
like
did too.
I'm not like I'm a little bummed as well, but at the same time, it's like you were like he was in the, like you were seeing him a lot, and if that's the exchange that we get for like being able to see like some of these other cards be used more and get a little more love, like it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and the two decks that I play almost, I wouldn't say exclusively, but pretty much almost exclusively. My favorite decks to play, and if I can play them, I will. Okay. It's always Lockdown and High Evo. Like those are my two. Those are I'm that guy. But it's like with High Evo, obviously you run Luke Cage a lot. If you run like certain versions of High Evo, ran Luke Cage a lot. Like if you wanted to play the Hazmat version, different things like that. But I think. I personally think the Luke Cage nerf was a buff to the High Evo archetype overall, and I still play High Evo post Luke Cage nerf because now your things can hit more freely, and like there's just a lot of different things you can do. I mean, it kind of killed the Hazmat version because you can't protect your whole board from your own Hazmats, but other versions of the deck, and there's a lot of High Evo versions out there that you can play. It's not just one different deck, but I think it does help the High Evo archetype overall, even though it also kind of hurt at the same time. I think it's more positive than negative, but it is a huge nerf to the card overall.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree, definitely. But I am glad overall, at least we are seeing a lot of these cards be like different cards that we haven't seen much of being played more. I think it makes the game a lot more exciting, at least, because I mean, I don't want to keep seeing the same cards that get all the love. And I mean, they're like the cards we always play. They're like there's like certain cards that you just see a lot, but then there's cards like you never see. So
yeah, you mean you're not tired of seeing Destroy on ladder yet? You want more Carnages and more Venoms? Is that what you mean?
I'm so
more
sick
Lokis?
of that. There's so God, Lokis and Destroy decks. I mean, to be fair, there's like, well, I had never really played that much Destroy, but I think there's like different kinds of Destroy decks, and it's a pretty interesting like archetype. So I don't hate Destroy that much, but I do hate Loki a lot. It's so annoying.
I mean, anyone who watches my stream knows my feelings on decks, and I don't hate Destroy, but I'm tired of seeing it. But Loki is the one where it's like, oh my god, it's just so unfun to play against. It's it's very unfun. But it is a good deck, and it has a high win rate for a reason, and people love it. But I hate playing against it.
I agree. Same.
In my humble opinion.
No, I'm with you on that. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna look at the bracket so far, because I just want to see what it looks like for now. Hold on one second. Let me just refresh this real quick. Give the website a second to load. All right, what have we got here? So it looks like Dychotic has made it through. We're still waiting on the either Justice or T-Baby. pogosparky has made it through. Well, pogosparky was at SnapCon.
I actually played against pogosparky at SnapCon.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great. Then we have either Hashwalt or MaxTaipei. We'll see who makes it there. And we're still waiting on Rakusako versus Dubas, but looks like Kawacast has made it through. Very cool. And then Rusinho versus Quinee Equinox. Nice. Oh yeah, we saw Quinee's game obviously, and Rusinho made it through. Cool. Okay, awesome. So those are our top 8 so far. I guess we're still waiting on like 2, or is it 3? Oh, we're still waiting on 3. So
yeah, definitely some big names coming into into round 4, which is really awesome to see. So I'm excited. It's some familiar faces from SnapCon. I know it was mentioned earlier on the cast, but Rakusako, SnapCon champion, still in. I know their game is still going on, but lots of big names. Quinee Equinox also. We saw the Tenno that just happened. So lots of big names still in here. So I think it's going to be a very, very exciting as we get close to the end of the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what other decks people are bringing. And for anybody who doesn't know about how we did the the rules for the game, we had so for our decks, we didn't really have any rules. It's just that you can bring 2 decks to the tournament and you can use either one of those and you can just choose whichever one. No bans, no card restrictions, and we made it so that like even if you have a repeat of a card in both of your decks, that's totally fine too. So yeah.
So you didn't ban Galactus from the tournament?
No, we didn't ban anything. It was just all open. It made it easier for us too.
No, I like it. It's I like the creativity that people bring to tournaments. So that's always been my favorite part of tournaments is, what do you expect the meta to be, and how do you make the correct meta choice? And so you don't want to bring the standard list of 12 cards. You want to maybe throw something in there that somebody's not expecting. And so I always love the creativity that people bring to tournaments. And the tournament meta usually trickles down to the meta that you see on the ladder because people want to take winning deck lists and go.
Oh yeah, so they always
love
do that.
creativity that tournaments breed. Yeah.
I just want to see like one of these tournaments. I want to cast like somebody who brings in something so freaking wacky that we're like, I have no idea what this person is gonna do with this deck, and I want to see them I just want to see them win it, or like have like a crazy I don't know, ego round where they just like snap or like I don't know. I just want to see something just so wacky and weird.
All right, Felicity wants you to bring an Agatha deck to the next tournament and win it.
Oh, but didn't Guest have that Agatha tournament? I wanted to be a part of that so bad, but I wasn't in town that weekend.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I was working that with Guest, and it was funny, like the different things that people tried to do with their Agatha deck, where it's like,
really?
Okay, I'm going to try to make Agatha get rid of herself early and then play my own deck. And some people tried that. Some people tried okay, I'm just going to make this deck super easy for Agatha to pilot herself. And then it was just super fun. It was really fun. It was just like 5 straight hours of Agatha decks. And it was a really good time. We had a blast doing it. And it was just fun to watch the games. And it was the easiest tournament to ever be a part of because all you had to do was click next turn. So
that's so cool. Who ended up winning that? Do you remember or no?
I believe it was JD. JD won it. So
cool. Do you remember what kind of deck it was or no? I'm like so.
I remember it was an Agatha deck. Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow, Shiva. Thanks.
No, I honestly don't remember the deck list. But yeah, it was. But yeah, okay. I think it was. There was a few people that were like in the top 4 or 5, but I believe JD won it.
Okay,
we have all the matches finished now, so if you want to check the bracket.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so let me see. Let's take a look at the bracket once again, real quick. Refresh. I'm curious to see who all made it through. Did we get every? Is it all updated now? Let's see. Dychotic versus Justice. We have MaxTaipei versus pogosparky. Duboss versus Kabacast. Oh, Rocco Sacco ended up getting knocked out. Our SnapCon champion. And then Rusinho versus Quinee Equinox. Nice. Congratulations, those of you guys who made it into the top 8. We are very, very excited to see your games. And Shiva's gonna be casting another one with me. Do you need a bathroom break or anything, Shiva?
I am good. I am good to go.
Okay, awesome. So what we're gonna do real quick though is we are going to just be right back here so that we can start getting set up. I think everyone else is welcome to get started so that we can keep this moving. So I am going to show you guys another interview. So we will be right back.
Hi there, I'm the King of Canada, and I am here to answer your questions. What is my tournament experience? Well, I have been playing tournaments since tournaments have been available here in Marvel's Snap. I played a lot of Wednesday night Snap, and that's where I became most influenced by playing many tournaments, as many as I can. I play as many tournaments as I can. Don't always win, but I gain lots of knowledge and experience by doing so. What do I love about Marvel Snap? I love the community. The community is amazing. Everybody, from the loyal viewers that I have, to other streamers, to other casters, to the tournament players, everybody. The community is amazing. And the game is fun too. My favorite card. What is my favorite card? Oh, that's difficult because there's so many good ones. There are so many good cards out right now. But if I had to pick one, Beast. Bring back any card you want and play it for cheaper. Pick up some goblins, pick up any of your cards that you say you misplayed and you want to play it somewhere else. Pick it up with Beast, play it for cheap. I love Beast. If I had to put one card in every deck, what would it be? As I said, Beast. That's the card that I try and run in almost every deck because he is a beautiful tech card. What do I like doing outside of Marvel Snap? Well, outside of Marvel Snap, I stream Marvel Snap. No, but seriously, I spend a lot of time with my daughter. She turned 4 back in July. I'm a single father. I spend lots of time with her playing and Legos and drawing and all sorts of fun things with her right now. She has a blast and I have a blast with her. So when I'm not streaming Marvel Snap, I'm playing with my daughter. What is your favorite archetype in Marvel Snap? Well, I am a big fan of the yo-yo archetype. Lady Sif or Blade, Ghost Rider, bring back anything. And now with the new and improved Ebony Blade, this deck is on fire. I love my yo-yo archetype. Which Marvel character would I most likely be friends with? I would love to say I'd be friends with Beast, but I don't know. He's quite smart. I think Gambit and I would get along quite nicely, but if out of all of them, I think Morph and I would probably be more friends than anything because we're both little jokesters. We both like to mess around, don't take life too seriously, and just enjoy ourselves and the people around us. So that's what we like to do. So I think Morph would be a person that I would be a friend with. That's it. You can catch me on Twitch TV /KingOfCanadaJJ. I'm the King of Canada. You make sure to keep on snapping and be excellent to each other. We'll see you in the tournament.
What is your favorite card in Marvel Snap? By far, it's my boy Jeff. Jeff's a good boy. He goes in every deck. Hands down, Jeff. Close second's Legion, but Jeff's number one. What's your favorite archetype in Marvel Snap? It's gotta be Surfer. Surfer's my go-to. It's the deck I had the most fun with. Destruction's a close second. So Destroy is a fun one. Feeling a little spicy, you can mix them together, do a little Surf and Destroy. That's a good time, but yeah, Surfer's number one. Which Marvel character would you most likely be friends with? My boy Spider-Man. Spider-Man hands down. Me and him we'd be homies. Spider-Man.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we have MaxTaipei versus pogosparky. This is a very interesting matchup, and I'm super excited to see both of these players play.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a repeat from last matchup, right? Annihilus versus Loki.
Ooh, it is, but it's a little bit different. These
It
decks
is a
are
little bit different. For sure,
Oh,
yeah.
Shiva,
We don't
your
have
boy Luke Cage is there.
it's definitely a different deck. We have a Darkhawk package in there with Zabu, Rock Slide, Korg, no Destroyer this time, and no Valkyrie. So definitely a different take on Annihilus, which is cool to see. And then a different, silky schmoove Loki over there with Legion in it as well. So a little bit different. Excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, definitely. I'm super excited. Oh, you know what? I feel like I've gotten so much content out of Legion. Anytime I play Legion, he's like, I don't know, it's just such a fun card. And I'm really hoping that we're gonna see some Legion play. It's like, sometimes it's risky, but it's like, I don't know, it's so fun.
You can also, you can get some really fun Legion plays, especially when you hit the right locations, right? Like Legioning a Vault and making everything unplayable on turn 6 is like a surprise lockdown that their opponent's usually not expecting. Make everything Shuri's Lab. Like there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with Legion. So I agree. Hope we get a good Legion play out of this matchup. But excited to see a different take on the two decks overall. So I don't think I have personally seen an Annihilus Darkhawk deck, so that could be really fun.
Oh yeah, you're right. That is gonna be pretty interesting. And Miss
And then
Marvel
is
in there.
Annihilus I can't remember. Is Annihilus everything like level 0 and below?
Yeah, it's 0 and below. It
So you could
includes
even-
0, yeah.
Yeah, so you
Like
could even
debris,
clog
like-
your opponent's board up if you wanted to man thing your own Korg there and then stick it
Yeah,
over.
exactly. That's how I have ever played Annihilus, is like I had like debris there, and it just like when it works it's so good because it clogs them up, and oh my gosh, it feels very toxic.
Yeah, for sure. So it's it's interesting. But yeah, I mean, obviously Korg, Darkhawk, Rock Slide, like the Darkhawk package in general is really strong. So mixing that with like potentially throwing over a -10 Void could be really interesting. But again, Loki potentially being able to send it right back. So
Yeah, that's what I'd be so scared of with the Loki deck and Annihilus. Like, you just have to be the last person who plays the Annihilus.
yeah, it is like a lot more. The other thing here is like, again, with Loki decks, like getting your own utility, right? So obviously, if you look at like the Darkhawk or the Annihilus deck, there's different ways to like loot cage, and then you're protected from your own Shadow King. But then if they loot cage, you can no longer use your own Shadow King. So it's again
That's
like
true.
priority is, I guess priority matters a little bit less in this matchup because of the reasons we talked about last one. But
Yeah.
the move deck is going to make things a lot more interesting too. So having the Silk in there, the Spider-Man, different things like that with Kraven. So
Yeah.
yeah, again,
Max has a lot of interesting cards in his hand.
yeah, a lot of options on this last turn.
Iron Lad and Darkhawk? Let me see. What could pogosparky have? Pogosparky... I mean, Max is winning 2 locations at the moment.
Yeah, Max does have Prio, so then it's interesting to see like if they're low-key pulled, like Luke Cage or Shadow King or different things like that. So that's why we can't Shadow King Shuri's Lab because we have Prio, so it wouldn't work as well. But hitting a
Oh,
rock
the
always
That's okay.
always
I mean,
feels
it's
bad
more
when you
for
hit a rock.
power, I think. Oh, and then doesn't go anywhere, right? Man thing.
But
Ooh.
that will be enough.
That was actually a lot closer than I thought it'd be on the Shuri's Lab.
Yeah, it was very close on Shuri's Lab. Yeah, Spider-Man getting the buff from Shuri's Lab but not moving anything is really good. It just wasn't enough to win the middle location. So,
Yep, Max has taken that first round for 2 cubes.
yeah, no snaps in round 1. It's always, I feel like most round 1s are, people feeling the decks out, getting a feel for it before they turn the aggression on and start snapping.
There are some crazy people out there, let me tell you. They just turn one, snap like crazy, and both people do it. It's insane.
I only do that in Proving Grounds, but
Yeah, I know, me too. Just in Proving Grounds. Sometimes in the silver.
yeah, sometimes it's
Yeah.
silver for sure.
Alright, Zabu down. big, especially
So
with
Mirage
two
is-
like 4-cost cards in his hand.
So Mirage is going to clone the loot cage here. So now we know our opponent has a loot cage.
Yep, that's true.
And especially with nowhere, right? If you're pogosparky, it allows you to play loot cage either middle or right because they can't Shadow King nowhere. So a little bit more protection from the Shadow King this game, knowing that they have Loki, right? So, or knowing that they have the loot cage in their hand.
Yep. Do you always skip on collapse mine, like right after it happens? Because I usually do. He's not.
I typically do, but again, I play lockdown, so when my opponent doesn't, I just storm the location typically, or make it where they can't destroy it. So
my opponent always does as well. Skip it, I mean. So I never have that opportunity. But yeah, if they do that, that would be good for you.
For sure. So I like Miss Marvel in the middle. It just spreads the most power out, makes it worth 15 instead of 10.
Yep. And there's no like Enchantress or Rogue or anything, so the Miss Marvel is pretty safe, right? Oh, but there is like Spider-Man.
It's relatively safe. Yeah, you only have to worry about, I think, one card there, and it's, Spider-Man. But we do see the loot cage come down with a Silk.
Yeah.
So that loot cage, so now Shadow King has to be played on the right, and knowing that for pogosparky allows you to play the cards that you don't want Shadow Kinged anywhere but the right, because it's the only location that can be. And then, you see Max setting up as well with loot cage going down there, so if they have to Shadow King, again, it's on the right, because that's the only location that you really can.
Yeah, good analysis.
So Iron Lad coming down. What are we hoping Iron Lad hits here?
That's what I was about to ask.
I would say maybe Man Thing could be good because you have your Luke Cage in that lane.
I have a question.
Mirage.
If Iron Lad gets Sentry, does it put a -10 dude on the right side?
That is a good question. I actually don't know.
That would be so sad. Oh my god.
I think it does, but I don't know.
Oh my god, are we gonna see it? It's possible. Okay, Luke Cage coming down. Silk moves over, and Iron Lad grabs. Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Especially for the last turn here. Okay.
I guess if Sentry did pull a negative, if Iron Lad hit Sentry pulls the -10, then we do have a Nihilus in our hand, right? So.
Is he gonna do it? I think there's just more value in the demon, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like you give your opponent -3, or you add 6 for yourself. Or like.
Yeah, I mean we're putting 18 power, right? Or more than that. It would be Yeah, 18 power with that Miss Marvel, because Miss Marvel's going in there as well. Darkhawk, I don't know how many cards they have in their deck right now, but that will also add the +5 there.
Yep.
But
I mean, a Rock Slide is adding like at least a couple cards in there.
For sure. And then, yeah, not knowing where Silk is moving is probably why we're not playing around nowhere, right? Because if Silk moves to the left, Kraven's going to get the trigger. Plus, they could play cards on there. So the left is pretty not great for us. This moves Silk, they retreated. Okay. Yeah, I think the middle and right looked pretty good for Max, and pogosparky was definitely banking on the left paying out for them. So would have been a very interesting last turn there, but deciding to retreat might be the smart move for pogosparky.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Shadowland. Oh, good for a Nihilus.
Good.
We haven't seen Loki yet, right?
I don't remember. Did Loki play in the first game? We definitely didn't see it last game.
We did. It wasn't in the first game either.
So no Loki.
No Loki yet. I want to see some Loki, even though I hate it so much. I know you do too.
Yeah, but I think
we need to see it.
Yeah, I think that's the cool part about this version of Loki, right? Is you have a move package in here. You have different ways that you can win the game without Loki. I mean, even a Legion Potentially could be really good. So there are ways to win the game without Loki.
I
But
think that's a fun deck that pogosparky is playing with like all those like movement stuff. The movement gets so chaotic because I've played like a movement like with like the silk and like all that stuff before. It was a really good deck, but it's just like so crazy. But I like that chaos.
live for the chaos, moving cards everywhere. I was not paying attention. Silk or Mirage is pulled another Luke Cage, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So opponent having
wait,
Luke
no,
Cage.
or Zub. Wait, never mind. Sorry, I'm wrong. Luke Cage, yes.
Yeah. So we know pogosparky has a Luke Cage.
Another.
Triggering.
Okay.
So here's the interesting part: if Starlight Citadel moves Wakanda to the left, you can't really annihilate.
Oh my god!
You can't get rid of your own -2, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Maybe that's what pogosparky's planning right now.
Oh, this is even slightly
So
risky too, right?
scary.
Because if Wakanda moves to the right and it's guaranteed to move to one of the two, then your -10 is stuck behind Wakanda.
Well,
and
to be fair though, pogosparky doesn't have that many things on the right side. Like there's more space for the dude to go over at least.
True, but now they have Loki, so it's very easy to fill that location
Oh
up.
my gosh! But that's only if pogosparky actually got the Annihilus, which, oh man.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter. Pogosparky can put any 2 cards in Wakanda, and the Void is stuck there.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
So now it's like, I think Century last turn was a risky play, but now Annihilus on the left is going to get rid of your -2s no matter what. You add, 11 power there.
I mean, at least he's good on the Starlight Citadel, but the Wakanda location, oh man, that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Man, this is what I would play too.
I do like the Annihilus play because it's going to give you options to play on Starlight Citadel next turn and see if your opponent's going to contest Shadowland.
And at least it destroys your stuff so that the Miss Marvel can at least give you the power again. Because he gets rid of the double.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. Yeah. So you're adding 7 power from Annihilus, you're getting rid of -4 power from the ninjas, and you're adding 5 power from Miss Marvel. So this is a good turn here. And yeah, filling up so Annihilus does not move the Void and doesn't kill the Void.
Yep.
And then filling the right to protect it from the Void moving over, and playing their own Sentry to stop it from happening. So, yeah, lots of things here. We do have Korg, Darkhawk, Luke Cage in our hand, Shadow King even. So we have a lot of options. If you're Max, if you're pogosparky, you have still some cards from the Annihilus deck, and you've drawn 2 cards now from your own deck. So.
Oh, is it 2 cards already?
They played Loki on.
You're right.
Turn.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. This can be very interesting. So it's possible that he could even have like a Shang-Chi as well, which is very scary for the middle location.
Especially with Prio, right? Because we're playing Darkhawk here, and so.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah,
man,
Shang-Chi
it could get rid
be.
of both of those things.
Yeah.
Another retreat.
But it looks like they didn't have Shang-Chi, or decided not to play it out. Yeah, that was definitely going to come down to a fight in the middle, and Shang-Chi would have been great, and if not, then I think retreat. So
I think pogosparky maybe did not draw it.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like, yeah. I mean, I think pogosparky's doing the right thing though, and retreating.
I agree.
Like,
yeah.
If I retreated that many, sometimes I'm like, oh damn, I think I should just go for it because I retreated so many rounds, and then that just kills me. So I think he's doing a good job of like being patient and actually retreating when when he needs to. So that's good.
Yeah, and both players are playing this matchup extremely well, right? Like we saw filling the right so that the Void couldn't move over behind Wakanda, and then playing your own Sentry. So I think both players are playing this really well.
Yeah,
Immediate retreat from Asteroid M. Yeah, I mean, your entire deck is basically 4 drops and 3 drops. So
yeah.
Probably a good retreat there. Just take the 1 cube. Okay, you got it. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, that's really smart, and not even like go for it. I'm not like that. I'm like, let me see what I can do with this.
No, the location I do that with the most is the peak, right? If the peak is just terrible for me and my opponent snaps, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. You got it.
Korg in the middle. Agent 13. I used to love Agent 13 so much. You know what? I still like her. I still like her. She's
I was
cool.
like, what changed?
No, she's still a badass. Luke Cage.
Okay, we see. Is this the first collector we've seen? No, we saw it earlier in the game.
I think we saw it once, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think this is the first collector we've seen on curve though. So collector on turn 2 coming down.
Yeah.
Probably, hopefully, we have the Loki come out this game as well.
Oh, I think that's a good spot to put it. You think Loki would come out right now? Maybe not yet. I feel like whenever people play Loki... Oh, this is spicy!
Sakara,
wait, it doesn't...
no, it's the
Oh,
since it was the last location, the first 2 aren't going to trigger
Never
again.
mind. It's not as
Yeah.
interesting as I thought.
Would have been really. It's just everyone dump your hand right now.
Man, Sentry is like so strong. I mean, if
Sentry
you have like a Nihilist,
is-
I think Max is probably like, wait, I don't have a Nihilist yet, so I can't really play the Sentry.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, you do have a Shadow King.
The Shadow King is gonna be great.
There's the Loki.
How many cards? Oh crap, we can't see how many cards he has.
Okay.
Ooh, still no Annihilus. It's kind of scary. Man-Thing is good, and then... Oh, a Shadow King now, though?
I mean, you could turn
No.
6. Yeah, you could.
Oh, he's probably like, what other cards does pogosparky have where he can boost the collector?
Yeah, I think Man-Thing here
That's
could be a
interesting.
little risky if your opponent has your Luke Cage, right? Because they could just Luke Cage on that 4th spot.
That's very true.
So opting for the Rock Slide Shadow King,
Okay.
which does take at least the Loki buffs off of the collector, which is
I
nice.
mean, it would at least like force them, if they do have the Luke Cage, to like have to use your turn to play it, maybe. I don't know. Oh, the Man-Thing. Okay.
Adding a lot of rocks to the deck. We are tied up.
Ooh, only one card can be played.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That is now an option available to us if we play a rock.
That's kind of smart, but ooh,
I agree.
okay, that's better. That's better,
Yeah.
I would say, because
It
then
forces
you
your
contest,
opponent to
like,
play middle. Yeah. Yeah, it forces your opponent to play middle and right. Right, because right now we're tying
contest
the
more
right.
points.
It's
The
still a little risky though, because you're only winning the middle by 2. And you're not adding any power to Sakar. And, you know, there are, you know, we haven't seen a Mirage yet. So Mirage buffs Collector. So there are still cards we haven't seen that could buff Collector. So this is still really risky for Max here because we're not winning middle by a lot. We're not buffing our Darkhawk. They have cards that can still buff Collector.
Oh my gosh.
And again, we see a retreat.
Oh, I feel like pogosparky could have won that. Potentially. I don't know though.
Yeah, I don't
Really, it's
know.
just,
I feel
two
like
small cards on. Yeah.
that's one of those games that doesn't
It's so
feel great
tough.
for either player.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good retreat. Really.
This just in.
All right, so we are at 9 cubes versus 2 cubes. MaxTaipei in the lead right now. This is but like we've mentioned before, we have definitely seen people close the gap like big time on these games. So it's still anybody's game.
Oh, for sure. Everyone knows it's just 2 cubes in a dream. So yeah, I don't know. I think that last one, if I'm pogosparky, I kind of want to see it play out because you're down a lot of cubes already. Like, yes, it's your tournament life, but if you win it, like it's your tournament life because it would have been worth all their cubes, right? But if you win it, you're kind of tying it up almost, and you're right back in it. And it didn't feel great for either player. So now you're banking on you have to win every game from here on out. So I think like given that in a tournament position where it's like, okay, I'm banking my entire game. Like if I win this one game, it gives me a shot. But if I don't, I'm banking everything on winning the rest of the game. So I kind of want to see that one played out a little bit. But you know, they know their hand better than we do. So if they didn't have the cards, they didn't have the cards, and then don't risk your hand life if you know you're going to lose it. Right?
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
pogosparky's a great player.
I mean, they've made it this far in the tournament, so everyone here is a great player, right? I mean, we're pretty deep in this tournament, so yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah, definitely. I mean, all of these people are really great players for sure. I mean, like, just watching the gameplay is just like insane. They all know what they're doing.
Absolutely. So Daily Bugle giving the collector over to Max. So we have our own collector, which the only card that we can really use for it is the hood would give it a little buff, but but not much for us with that card. I'm always curious what the opponent got from Daily Bugle, which we don't know yet, but it does help their Loki get another card. And we know from Mirage that the Mirage did the Mirage give them a second collector? Daily Bugle gave Max a collector, and I think Mirage took the collector back.
What? Wait, how do you know? Oh, because it's
Yeah, because Mirage is always the lowest cost card, right? And the collector is the lowest cost card.
Pogosparky a lot of information, at least.
It also is really good for Pogosparky to have two collectors and then drop a Loki.
That's funny. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. Oh, Iron Light hitting Luke Cage there's pretty good.
Oh, that's really nice. Oh.
So Daily Bugle gave them a Miss Marvel.
All right, yep, now we know.
Now we know what Daily Bugle gave them. So Miss Marvel's actually, a lot of stuff's going in favor of pogosparky on this game. I believe they have double collector and got a Miss Marvel out of this too, so.
Ooh. Annihilation is not a bad play.
Annihilus right now.
Oh wait, they didn't play the Loki yet though, right? Yeah, so
they have not played Loki yet.
Maybe that's something that he's considering. There's the Loki. We wanted to see some Loki. Damn,
that is a very large collector.
Beefy collector. But there's a Shadow King.
Yeah. So Max has Prio with a Shadow King in hand and a 12 power collector. So yeah, you can see that's the one
super ahead mid.
So that is the collector that Mirage took. When you clicked into it, you saw the +2 from Mirage. So that is the collector that Mirage took.
Oh, I see.
So opting to not play the second collector, just turning it into a new card from your opponent's deck, which also is probably pretty good because now you have a little bit more options and different things that you can do. So it's going to be interesting to see how this last turn plays out. But that is a big collector. Shadow King going to come down.
Yeah, but pogosparky does have does have like the Loki cards. Ooh,
yeah, exactly.
This is very interesting.
So that Shadow King is going to connect.
Ooh,
double Miss Marvel.
Oh my gosh.
Double Miss Marvel is going to do it. Yeah. So not only did pogosparky get 2 collectors, but also 2 Miss Marvels.
Wow, that did it.
That's crazy. So Daily Bugle gave Max a collector, Mirage took the second collector, and then Daily Bugle plus Loki.
Oh my gosh.
And no one has a location change card in their deck, so this TVA will hold.
It's oh my gosh. pogosparky holding on to his last life here, while Max can spare a little bit of life.
Yeah, Max has a little bit to spare, but this is going to come down to TVA.
Zabu definitely a good card to play here, especially when he can do like Darkhawk and Demon. Oh, but this is really tough. Oh, collector, that's good because I think pogosparky does have a lot of cards that can like boost the collector. Oh, and on Quantum Realm, that's good too. Darkhawk there. Oh my gosh. I feel like Max is in a really good position just because, like,
Darkhawk is really good with TVA.
Oh my gosh, the Darkhawk, yeah.
Mirage is going to give them a demon too.
Especially on TVA, right? Because that means that he hasn't drawn a lot of his cards.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
oh man. This is tough. Wait! No, it's TVA first, because it's the first location, right?
Yeah, TVA happens first. So, stacking middle, hoping that Darkhawk is enough.
Oh.
Mirage, so there's the tough part, right? Because Mirage, you know that your opponent, you know that pogosparky has a demon from Mirage.
This is so interesting.
This is, I mean, I agree with this, yeah.
I like this very much. This is
you're adding 21 power to the board.
Doctor Strange.
Moving the collector over, conceding that location. Is that
Interesting.
gonna be
And just
the demon?
stacking.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so close. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, hate to see it. GG.
That was such a close game, and it came down
really
to a TVA.
was. Oh my god. Great game though. Wow. Really great game from both of those players. Okay, I'm gonna move over to
Absolutely. Tough matchups across the board, like not knowing what your opponent has, and having to play around all of that. I think both players, there were smart retreats in there, so both players playing that matchup extremely well and playing it really good. And we got to see a TVA game come down.
I know, and it was the last game. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But that was awesome to see. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think it was a really difficult game to play for pogosparky versus like the deck that MaxTaipei had, and especially because I feel like we didn't see Loki that much, right? Like it was only in like the last like couple of games, because before that we're like, oh, we've got to see some Loki, and like I think like Loki is like the heart of that deck, really, because other than that there's not like that much power. So I don't know.
Yeah, I agree, right? I mean, your collector Loki is kind of the core of that deck, and really what makes it tick, and then playing your opponent's deck just cheaper is kind of how you finish it off. And so I don't think we saw Loki till about round 4. So maybe some tough draws early on. We also saw the one game that would have like easily gone to pogosparky if they just had like a Shang-Chi, right? So we saw some matchups. We saw some. Yeah, it was a tough, well fought match from both players. But I think the other interesting thing is like, you know, it was in some ways a repeat of the match before, Annihilus versus Loki, but also in some ways not at all, because the decks were so different on both sides, right? Like a very different version of Loki, a very different version of Annihilus, and so it was like somewhat of the same shell, but not really the same decks, which was really cool to see. And just again, I love the creativity that like is just available out there in Marvel Snap, and that tournaments, you know, often breeds. So it was really cool to see the same but not the same decks.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Because
Annihilus winning both of them. So you heard it here first. Annihilus better than Loki.
we didn't actually see Annihilus that. I feel like when I've had Annihilus in my deck, I don't get to play. I feel like I don't actually get to play Annihilus that much. But when I do get to, it's awesome. But I don't know. Like I think that you're right. Like it was very much the same, and there were a lot of similar cards, because we both said that like, oh, like like an Annihilus and Darkhawk deck, right? Because I think the game we saw before, it was the same thing. We were like, we never seen that before, but it was the same. But just having like a few like different cards changes it so drastically. So it's really interesting to see that.
Yeah, and it also just kind of changes how you play your turns out, right? Like we saw, you know, with Quinee's version with the Valkyrie in it and different things like that. It's like we could see the Valkyrie plays being set up. We could see, you know, the Annihilus plays being set up. So it kind of it changes. I mean, obviously, like when you have these options available to you, it's going to change like how you get to your end game. And then, you know, with the less like with the Darkhawk package, we see the Darkhawks being set up, and you know, running Zabu out, and you know, running it with Luke Cage. So we see all these different things like setting up into that turn 6, and so that's why it feels like such a different deck, even though it's essentially somewhat the same deck. They have different end games what they want to do, and so it's really cool to see that. And then with the Loki decks, a lot of the same core package of like your Mirages, Collectors, Lokis, the things Agent 13s, the things you're going to see in Loki decks, but adding the move package in there, and now it's like even though we didn't see Loki come down until I think round 4, it's like okay, well we still have to worry about this like Silk and Craven that could really win this left side over here because Silk moving over is adding a lot of power. You have the Spider-Man that can move the Miss Marvel and disrupt your opponent's line of play. And so you have a lot of different things that you can do with that move package. And so even when you don't draw your Loki and you don't draw, your core Loki package, it gives you an alternate win condition, which is always important. And so, and we could see like,
for sure.
You could even see the difference in play of when pogosparky was like setting up the Loki line of play versus like when they were just setting up the move package and okay, we're going to Spider-Man this, we're going to play Silk early, we're going to get our Craven down. And so it was really, really interesting to see that. And again, it just like leads you to that decision of on turn 2, it's like, okay, do I have Collector and Loki in hand? Do I play Collector on turn 2? Or do I have like Spider-Man Silk in my hand? I'm going to play Craven on turn 2. So, it's really interesting to see the same archetypes, but very different takes on them. And that was very entertaining. And again, a well-fought match by pogosparky and Max. And congratulations to Max. And I'm excited to see who has progressed further in the tournament. We're getting really close now.
I know. I'm very, very excited to see as well. And it sounds like for people to do well, like, I think having multiple combos is like the key to like doing well, just because like you don't always get to draw like your number one like combo that you get to play, and like with the different locations and things like the restrictions, you just never know what happens. So as long as you have like different things that you can do during the game, like I think that helps tremendously.
Oh, for sure. And it just adds a level of consistency to your deck, right? Because if you only have one win condition, it's like it's so easy to just stop that one win condition, right? Like imagine if Galactus's only way to win was getting your Galactus off. It's like, great, that is the easiest thing to counter, right? That's why like Galactus decks have often like, okay, well I don't have to play Galactus to win, I can do this instead, right? Like I have this Orca or whatever you want to put in your Galactus deck. So like if you don't, it's an alternate win con, right? So then your opponent has to play around, are they going to go for this line of play or this line of play? And it just adds consistency, and especially in tournaments, right? Consistency is so important. It's something I've talked about on a podcast before, and it's just 1% increase of consistency in a tournament where it's like one game can determine like if you move forward in the tournament or not is so important. And so having those alternate win conditions and multiple ways to win the game is so important, not only for like ladder and consistency on that. And like you mentioned, right, you're going to get random locations and you don't want to lose to just like one location. And so having that consistency factor in your deck is so important, especially in tournaments. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm always so afraid, like, gosh, like when both people snap in the beginning and it's like 8 cubes in a tournament, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Oh my gosh, it's like so crazy to me. Like I would never snap. Like even if I feel like I can win it, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Don't make me fall for that. Like that's too much risk for me. Yeah, it's especially in tournaments like, there's a good article that Lambie wrote on just like cube management in tournaments of just like, this is basically a free snap for you when you have like this number of cubes versus this, right? Like going into high stakes rounds and just different things like that. So cube management, I do think is very important in tournaments. And there's different times where it's like you can kind of get a free snap and be a little bit more aggressive because you have that advantage and it doesn't really cost you anything to like do this in the long run. Like you still have the number, because it's less about the number of cubes you have left and more about the number of games you have left, right? Right. Because like 1 cube versus 2 cube is very different, because even if I only have 1 cube, that's a game, right? I don't need 2 cubes to have an entire game. Sure. And so, going into high stakes round versus not, and cube management is I think an often overlooked part of Marvel Snap tournaments in particular, that I think is important. So knowing when to retreat, like knowing how to manage your cubes is very, very important in tournaments. And so I'm with you on like, I very rarely am I going to 8 cube the first round of any tournament unless like it's too scary. These locations are amazing for me and I drew every good card in my deck that I need to win, then like maybe I'll play it out. And there's like no way that like you just like know that your opponent, there's like almost no way they can win. Yeah. So, But yeah, we saw some good retreats coming in on that last one from pogosparky, so it was good.
It was smart. He didn't like go for the stupid ones like I would have done. Like I honestly have been like, I mean, I retreated every game. I guess I'll like go in for this.
Felicity this feels right. We're gonna go for it because it feels right.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, let's take a look at the bracket right now, because I don't know if they're like done or not, or if we had a fast game or not. I'm not sure. So let me refresh this real quick. Bear with me here, and let me take a look. We have, it looks like the first game finished. So this is like the semifinals. It is. Okay, so Dychotic versus MaxTaipei, and then Kawakas versus Rusinho. Ooh, interesting. And that's it. So we are going to be we are going to show both of these games on the stream. Wow, this is our top 4 right now, you guys. Holy crap. Dychotic and MaxTaipei. And then Kawakas and Rusinho. Wow. How exciting. This is awesome.
That is super exciting. Congratulations to the top 4. But job's not done yet. You have to win 2 more, right? So
yeah.
Good luck to the top 4. But that is a pretty good stacked top 4. And yeah, it's going to be interesting games to close it out.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so I think we can go over to, since we have finished all of the matches, we're going to go over to a break. Big thank you, Shiva. Thank you so much for casting with me. If you guys have not yet checked out CCG Hub, Shiva is the founder of CCG Hub, which is an awesome site where you can check out some really great articles and other content, where you should go for all of your Snap content. So please make sure you guys go check it out. Thank you, Shiva, so much for casting with me. It was awesome having you.
Absolutely. I had a great time, and thanks for having me on.
Awesome. So where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me at Twitch at ShivaCCG. So twitch.tv/ShivaCCG. I have a great community over there and hope to see you in there soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shiva.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break.
Hey Snappers, I'm Cablepool. And is this game going to turn 7 or is it just hot as hell in here? I'm here today to answer some questions about my Marvel Snap experience. Why do I love Marvel Snap? I think it's a great game for building, there's a lot of story building potential in the game in a short amount of time. You can play in 3 minutes and have a cool story come out of it. What is my tournament experience? I've played in a few tournaments, a few grassroots community tournaments. I've placed pretty well in some, and in others I've been playing Cerebro 3. What is my favorite card? My favorite card is Abs Man. I just really like how he can kind of do such a wide variety of different things. That kind of functionality has been eclipsed by Iron Lad, but Abs Man is still the OG flex slot. If I had to put one card in every deck, what would it be? Well, that's a tough question, but I think if there was like a 6/9 that I always drew on the last turn, and never before that, that would be pretty useful in such a wide variety of contexts. I think I'd put it in a lot of decks.
What is your tournament experience?
Oh, I played in a couple Hannah's Cat Cafes, and of course, SnapCon in person, which was delightful.
What do you love about Marvel Snap?
Besides the Bend Road videos, I love that it's dynamic in its versatile nature. I can't do the same thing over and over again, so that makes it fun for me.
What is your favorite card?
Pixel Galactus, yeah.
If you had to put one card in every deck, what would it be?
Howard the Duck, Noir version.
Tell us a Marvel Snap joke or pickup line.
3 times the value. If you know, you know.
What do you like doing outside of Marvel Snap?
Spending time with my family, my little 4-year-old daughter, and not spending time with my family, playing sports, golf, volleyball, softball.
What is your favorite archetype in Marvel Snap?
Favorite archetype? Chaos. I like playing anything that's non-meta and unexpected, and usually a lot of fun that way.
Which Marvel character would you most likely be friends with?
Loki. God of Mischief. I could definitely see him and I having some fun together.
All right, everyone, we are back, and joining me is Samil X. If you guys haven't checked him out, please go and check out his channel and throw him a follow. He's going to be casting with me. Do you want to introduce yourself? Or I guess I kind of introduced you, but...
Yeah, you pretty much covered it. My name's Samil. I stream on Twitch. Come check me out. I usually do the late night shift, usually, of Snap. Gotta, you know, give the content, keep the snapping going, because the snapping never stops, baby. Let's go. I'm ready. Semifinals, I'm jazzed. Let's get it.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm very excited. I think our players are just getting ready right now and getting into their game. We're about to switch over.
I know, I'm excited to see what they bring.
Yeah, me too. Let's get into it. I don't know if those are their updated decks, but we will see.
It's
it
like
looks like it is.
Yep. Yep, with the Black Knight. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We've got
Rusinho with the
Yep. Pogosparky versus Rusinho. Oh, sorry, just to let everyone know, this is the semi-finals right now. We're gonna watch these two players, and then we're gonna go over and watch the other two players. But for now, I hope you guys will enjoy Pogosparky versus Rusinho.
Yeah, Rusinho coming in with looks like the Darkhawk Dino package that puts out tons of power, but also Black Knight does too, especially with the new change. So it's sort of just, it's probably going to be quite a bit of a power race, but there's a little bit of tech on the Rusinho side with the Snow Guard to control locations a little bit, while Cal and the Black Knight is just bringing the power.
Yep, absolutely. I'm excited to see how these players play. Wow, wait, this is like a Hela deck on the for Kawacast. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, so it's got the...
We haven't seen this archetype yet so far, at least from our perspective. I don't know if other people have played this archetype in the tournament, but this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean that brings like a little bit of
wait, who snapped?
Fear on the last turn. I think it's Cal. Yeah, Cal has snapped. Yeah, because the Lockjaw's got the Black Knight down. He knows he's slicing Magneto here.
Ooh, fun! Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I actually, you know, I've heard this. I've heard the Black Knight Ebony Blade thing being talked about, but I actually have not seen it in action at all yet. So this is like super exciting for me if we continue on.
Yeah, no, I really like Black Knight. I was hoping to see some of it in the tournament today in a few different shells and whatnot, because I mean, there was already a few Oh, see what comes out of the Lockjaw. The Hela, early Hela.
Oh,
that's big though.
So strong already. The Hela
rips
just
Marvel out of the middle. Yeah, rips Marvel out of the middle.
That is incredible power.
That was a good snap though. Good snap.
Holy crap. Wow. So, I mean, Kawa could skip the turn and play that Infinite, or play the Ebony Blade and then draw something.
That's true. I know with Rusinho, there's no, Shadow King, no Shang, so there's no, bringing the Magneto down or bringing the Infinite down. It's just going to be, doing the math of whether they think they can compete and match it. I'm sure there's a little bit of, Rusinho looking at the hand, looking at what this possibility to draw. Oh, here we go.
Crazy.
The Dino.
The Dino.
Kawa did skip, so Infinite is an option here.
Yeah, I think it's and good thing.
Top deck to rock. There's Titan, which discounts the Infinite, so we can actually cycle the rock in Lockjaw too, which is actually huge.
I forgot about the Lockjaw. Oh my gosh, this is so much power. What?
Yeah, this is a lot.
Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. We're getting a little bit of okay, there we go. It cleared up.
So I mean, you got to expect a lot of the follow up after turn 5 from Rusinho is gonna, especially when Dino comes down. You got to be looking for either the Mystique, the Miss Marvels aren't already on the board, so you don't got to necessarily worry about that.
Rusinho's got an Iron Lad, Black Widow, Dark Hawk, Snowguard Hawk.
Yeah, there's no Zabu down, so it's only
Mystique. Oh no, but yeah, you're right. They can't play it.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one to compete power-wise.
Yeah, because, I mean, Kawa just has so much power on the board. Although, I mean... I'm honestly, I don't think Rusinho is going to be expecting the extra cycle in the mid. Because with the skip, there's the retreat. It's a very good retreat. I think it was really lucky that the Hela came out of the Lockjaw.
I mean, it definitely set up a lot of early prio, which just puts a lot of pressure, especially when there's no tech cards to really reset the power or anything. Any type of big early power like that guarantees the prio and just the momentum of the game. It was tough to deal with, but we're going into round 2 though. It's
possible that he wouldn't have even drawn the Hela during that game if it wasn't for the Lockjaw. So I mean, that was very lucky.
I know. I like this Black Knight though, because I mean, there's a lot of there's a bit of risk involved, especially with the Hela option. It's like, and the Hela and the Lockjaw.
Man,
I like it spicy.
It's like much stronger than I thought.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of it this season because, I'm sure it's been covered previously and mentioned, but the big change is that the Ebony Blade now has an ongoing where it can't be the power be reduced. Or it can't be shanked. So the ongoing can technically get removed and then it can get destroyed. But I mean, that's a lot of
that's
exactly.
Like so much just for that, right?
Yeah, and with only 6 turns to play, it's like you don't really got the time.
Yep, exactly.
The snap from Kawa again here.
Lady
aggressive
Sif
snap.
The largest card, right? Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So this is like prime time Black Knight action where you get Black Knight on 1, Lady Sif playing it out right on 3 with the curve and Infinite in hand. Guaranteed Infinite hit, which is a guaranteed 20 Ebony Blade. So it's just crazy here.
Wait, so the Ebony Blade gets generated once you discard a card. Is that how
that
works?
The very first discard after Black Knight. So it's usually turn 3 is when the next big discard happens, right? Because Lady Sif can target the highest card, but...
That's crazy though. What?
Yeah, this is prime time for Black Knight right here.
Oh my god.
Okay, filling the deck a little bit.
Yup, and there is the Ebony Blade. My god, that is insane.
Filling up bar out the gate, which isn't too... Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it would be... Filling a location this early, I mean, especially with a card that doesn't change power, or, go up later in the game. It's a little risky because
it could be good.
Yeah, it's good because of how much power it is. It's like 80 power in that lane. It's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's true. That is pretty crazy.
But the tough thing is though,
look at that.
Yeah, it's so tough because it's like if you fill the lane that early.
Yeah.
You fill that lane that early, it's just like, I don't know.
What does Silver Samurai do again? Discard both players like lowest?
So lowest power. Lowest power from each player, which is actually Silver Samurai is really good in this matchup because I mean all the zeros
because of the rock if they end up playing Dracula, right? Turn's almost over.
Yeah, they're thinking.
Oh, we're gonna see that beefy Ebony Blade on the right side.
Big 80 power.
Damn. Okay.
It's a Miss Marvel. Yep. So Miss Marvel mid.
Okay.
Black Cat takes care of herself.
Oh, so many rocks. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know that was the one thing. Rusinho got all 3 rocks into the hand pretty much as early as possible. So
what if
definitely
they played all the rocks and Dracula into the middle to get the raft card?
Yeah, that's the tough thing because now Cow is in a.
I'm like not calculating correctly.
Cal's in a bit of a tough position, right? Because if you use a samurai, there's a chance it cuts Dracula, which would be rough.
Right, yeah. I mean,
because you do want to try to get value from the samurai, like slicing a Darkhawk or a Mystique or something would be huge, but
that's very true. I missed what Rusinho played. I didn't really get to see that, but I know they didn't play the Iron Lad or Mystique, because that's in their hand right now.
The Silver Samurai might be good here, though, right? Because with Rusinho getting the Wrath card, Silver Samurai's got a pretty good chance of hitting whatever Wrath card they get.
Oh, that's true.
Rusinho's got Prio, so
that is very
going with the Dracula, though. Going with the Dracula.
Okay.
Safe play.
Because I mean, there are a lot of big cards that Kaba could draw, so this might be it. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, no good Dracula target,
Yeah, the Dracula is not great here.
This one's going to be tough because Rusinho doesn't know that, you know, Kawa's hand is as it is, so there's still a little bit of risk from the Dracula, because with how many big cards Kawa has in the deck, it's like very easily Kawa could be sitting on a big card that Rusinho isn't sure about.
Retreat later. That's
absolutely.
A very good retreat later.
You always want to retreat later in tournaments. Always.
Yep.
Never retreat now.
But yeah, I mean, there really isn't too much that Kawa can do here.
Yeah, unfortunately. No locked on the board for cycling.
Several different options.
I know, that's the thing. The retreat late is smart, though, just because retreat later is smart. Because Rusinho's might do the same, you know, scared of the Dracula, but we'll see if Rusinho does play this out. Thinking about it with the Dino. Does Rusinho finalize the turn? Take the risk that there's nothing in Dracula and finalize the turn and get some free cubes here.
Who knows?
Oh, goes with the retreat as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why you retreat later right there.
Yep.
It was the Dracula threat alone that made Rusinho retreat. Exactly.
I mean,
perfect.
Honestly, it's a good retreat for both of them.
Yep, it was.
Very good retreat for both of them.
That's the mind games of Dracula, though, man. You never know.
I know. Dracula always scares me so much.
Oh, it's a game winner, for sure.
Ooh,
Aunt Maze.
Oh, Blade always discards Hela.
Oh, so it's like, well, Blade's gotten changed, right? So Blade always hits the right side of the hand now.
Oh, is it? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm like so
it's
out
been
of
changed
touch.
for. Hey, no problem. That's why you got me here.
True. Thank you. Thank you.
The blade will hit the Magneto, though, which isn't horrible.
No, that's awesome. Because we have Hela. As long as the Hela doesn't get discarded, then it's good.
Exactly. I love the comeback from like the selected discard ever since Silver Samurai's been introduced. How it's like
another Magneto
copied it back. That's an interesting interaction. I've actually never seen that where it copies. I mean, it makes sense,
like
right? Time feeder,
right? Yeah, but it was like the last card that was.
Yeah, it was the last card drawn, so he gets one back for free. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Wait, who did the snap here?
It looks like Kala again.
Wow.
Yep, with the aggressive snap.
Aggressive snapper.
I like it, though. I like it because I mean, I tell my stream myself that it's like, believe it or not, I feel like aggressive. My belief is that aggressive snapping, especially when you're comfortable with your deck and you know where to snap, just aggressive snapping is going to get you more wins than passive, like not snapping, because you're never going to get a retreat if you don't snap. And that's really what it comes down to. And aggressive snapping is going to get way more retreats.
Yeah, very true.
So I really like, especially in a tournament setting too, because it really puts the pressure on for the opponent.
Yep. No, you're right. You're right.
Early Darkhawk in the middle. That's good though, because it's like,
oh no, the rock.
Oh, the rock from the shuffle from the rock slide.
But look, the Black Knight and
Lady Sif, yep.
Lady Sif?
But this is a gamble. Oh, this is a 1 out of 3 gamble.
Grand Central.
Oh, this This is good, though. This is why I like these Black Knight decks right here. 1 out of 3. Just got to make sure not to hit Hella.
I think Kawa's in a pretty...
Ooh, nice. He gets the Magneto.
Ooh.
So now he's got 2 Magnetos discarded.
Oh, it's so much power. That's
Ebony Blade comes down, too.
It's got to
So
be
we get
Hella, right?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Because I believe, don't they have
Magnetos?
Black Knight or Black Cat and 2 Magnetos? I believe. So it's coming back.
You might be right. Yeah. Oh my.
So I mean, that's quite a bit of power.
Scary.
But we do have a lot of discounts on the board. We got Zabu down. We already have Darkhawk and Marvel on the board.
They're playing the Iron Lad. Rusinho's playing Iron Lad. I saw that. And something else I didn't see.
Yeah, might be reaching for the Dino.
Ship it.
Yeah, this Hella's gonna bring back, like, what is it, over 30
Everything.
power?
It's so much power, but it does need to land like in the right spots, really.
Yeah, that's the thing. Magneto, with the opponent having so many 4s on the board, if they bring back these Magnetos, things are going flying.
That's very true.
It's gonna be Magneto pulls everywhere. Here we go. They sent it.
Oh.
The Time Theater gave him a copy of the Darkhawk.
So much power on the board for
And
Rusinho.
The lad did hit the Dino.
Okay, the Magneto brings it over to the right, but then another Magneto, brings those over to the middle. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yep, so it was only 2 Magnetos, but it's the dragging of those big 4 drops, man. You never know.
You just don't know, yeah.
It was worth the gamble, though, because it's like if the Magnetos landed, like say the other Magneto landed right, nothing would have got pulled and they would have won that lane. So it's just the luck of the draw of Magneto.
Yep. All right, so right now we are at 6 cubes for Kawa versus 8 cubes for Rusinho. It's still a very, very close match here. Got Kawa with Black Knight and a Blade. You said Blade discards like the right side, right?
Yeah, the very right side in your hand. But I mean, you always want Black Knight on turn 1. Black Knight on turn 1 with...
Yeah. And then it's like and something that will discard something else. But the problem is there's no, there's no big cards.
Ooh, so Black Knight's on the board, so he's guaranteed a Black Cat discard.
Okay.
Yep.
It's pretty
so
good.
the Blade's already taken care of.
Strong. Okay, Blade does the right side, you said?
Yep.
Okay, so Magneto is getting discarded.
Which is good. Starting to stack up for the Hella again, potentially.
Oh, well, yeah.
The early snap again out of Kawa, by the way. I like the aggressive snapping every turn.
Oh my gosh, I would not be able to stand this.
Really putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Rusinho with a Darkhawk and a Mystique in their hand, and a Miss Marvel. Those are some good cards.
Ooh. Nor Dimension. Gonna bring a little bit of spice with the extra power. Lady Civ, this is a bit of a gamble, but I mean, there's not too many options though, right? It's like, do you full skip and just hang on to Sif, or do you play Sif out for power on tempo? Because that's the thing is you can't really.
It depends on what you. It's like. It depends. I don't know, because there's a few big cards, but then there's also some other cards that are like not as big, right? That you could potentially draw next turn and like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand why Kaba might not play the Lady Sif, because the Ebony Blade is kind of a big card, like a lot of power. It's
a smart skip of the turn. Oh, Luke Cage, okay.
Interesting.
Polaris pulls the Blade. So the left lane is a little clogged now, so pretty much Kawa's gonna need to save that last slot for some type of big power, most likely. But Jubilee here could instantly change the tempo if it pulls something big.
Yeah, and Jubilee in Nord Dimension is not bad, because you can at least play something for energy. I mean, maybe you can play like 2 cards on the last turn.
Yep, so I think there's Black Cat and Magneto so far discarded, so it's really just trying to dodge. Okay, hang on here.
Let's see, what does
the
Jubilee
Jubilees.
get?
The Infinite right there.
The Infinite. Oh, that's huge.
And the swing.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
so
big.
much power. That's the best thing that you could get from Jubilee, honestly.
Yep.
Oh,
so
man.
they both have to play mid here.
Turn 5. I mean, the Jin is good. This is last turn you can use Jin for some more energy. Oh.
It's a bit of a tough hand, though, for Kawa with what they've got. I mean, you've really got to hope on either the top deck of something juicy for Dracula if you're not going to use the Ebony Blade, or Hela.
Yeah.
But
at least Kawa is ahead in power, though, on the board, at least.
Yeah, usually turn 5 is pretty big for the Miss Marvel, or like the Darkhawk Dino decks, though. Turn 5 is a big power swing, especially if they get Prio.
For sure, for sure.
There's a lot of options for Rusinho.
I wonder if he'll play the rock. Because I mean, like it's like another. If you play the rock, then the Dracula will not discard it.
Yeah, it's honestly not a bad idea because I think Kawa's gonna need this Dracula here on the last turn.
Yeah.
Okay, Jin goes out.
Oh, I feel like that Jeff is gonna be moved.
I know this. So both players have 8 power here. The Lockjaw. That's actually.
Oh my gosh, the Lockjaw with a rock, and then.
Yep, that adds a little bit of variable there.
And the Dracula is gonna get the 5 power from the Lady Sif, right?
Yes, it will. Yeah, and it really big things can come out from Lockjaw here. I mean, Silver Samurai would actually cut the Lady Sif, and Dracula would get nothing. I mean, they could cycle through and get Hela, which would fill the lane with the Magneto or fill the board with the Magneto and Black Cat.
Oh my god.
I think it's all decent hits though through Lockjaw, if I remember correctly. I think it's really Death, Silver Samurai is, I think, the options that can come out of, and Hela, or is what can come out of Lockjaw. So these are all pretty good pulls.
Yeah, for sure. Man, a Hela pull would be crazy.
Yeah, that's big power, but
did you say Magneto? Oh, wait, Magneto was discarded, right?
Yeah, Magneto was discarded. This is interesting though. We're seeing Rusinho retreated. He was thinking about playing Black Widow out to actually put it in the hand of Kawa for the Dracula slice, which was pretty smart on the last turn. So we actually got to watch out for that now, because Kawa, he hasn't done it yet, but he was thinking about it doing it on that last turn, and that can really mess up Dracula. So
nice job catching that.
Super smart play. So we know that he's got it in the back pocket on a turn 6. Another Black Knight on turn 1, though, man. That's crazy. In a no Chavez world, getting Black Knight on turn 1, what is this?
He's gotten it every single game.
I know, it's insane.
The Vault.
Ooh.
No cards played here on turn 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a skip from Cal. The Blade didn't have a good target. You don't want to cut Silver Samurai with Black Knight being on the board, but this is good, though. He's got Lockjaw ready, set to put on the board.
That's true.
Here's the Black Widow early. This is actually give something free.
Already. Holy shit.
Yep.
That's great. I don't know if he wants to, though, because that means there's a chance for the... Oh, yeah. He could
as long as Hela doesn't come out. As long as Hela doesn't come out here.
True.
Pretty much everything else, I think, is a good hit. Lady Sif might be a little rough, but outside of that, everything's pretty good.
Even that's okay. Ooh.
Well, that would slice either Dracula or Silver Samurai and then give him a low-cost blade, so we definitely got to dodge that. Man, this is tough.
I want to see it. I want to see.
I know the New York
play. It's so exciting.
New York is like such a mix-up, man. Always on turn 6.
Separating that because he doesn't want the Widow's Bite to filter back into his hand or like draw it again.
Yeah,
so
top deck Widow's Bite.
That's a good idea too. Okay.
Okay, so drew the death. So he's gonna cut the Dracula. So I think going a little bit more for the Hela setup here, getting these slices out with the Samurai, bringing Dracula back is always solid.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's a good idea. Especially with like death in hand. Ooh, the
Get rid of it.
Mystique.
Yep. That's big.
It's gone.
Okay, that cuts 5 power off Miss Marvel. Turns it from a 410 or 415 to a 410.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, the
They have
useless
anything-
blade though.
Oh, no.
That's the rough thing. So getting rid of the death here to try to go for another Hella pull. Or a high roll out of the lockjaw.
Gosh. It's oh man. And then
I'm not gonna lie, I love
the
lockjaw.
Hella's gonna yeah,
Lockjaw's so much
love
fun.
Lockjaw too. It is really fun. But there's still I feel like there's still so many cards. It's really risky. Oh my gosh. It's like
I know filling up New York is a little ooh, okay. Iron Lad hits the rock slide, which is good. Especially for the lockjaw here. So he does put a little rocks in the deck to draw. Oh, the Jubilee.
Jubilee and Black Cat, okay.
Okay, that lane's full now. So now they know what to beat.
You gotta draw the Hella.
Yep.
This is not great.
But the thing is, do they know that Hella wasn't drawn? Because that's the whole mind game thing, right?
Yeah.
Is whether they're gonna submit the turn thinking that they don't have Hella.
You're right.
It's a quick one.
This is a good.
Cal retreats later. It's smart for the retreat later to see if he can get another. Because I mean, it worked previously. The mind games.
Yeah, definitely.
But Rusinho submits it on this one.
Yep. All right, round 6. We have Kawa with 4 cubes versus Rusinho with 6 cubes. It's been an interesting. I'm having a lot of fun actually watching this deck because I haven't really seen. I don't know. I haven't really seen a deck like this yet. The Hella like discard thing with the Black Knight, Silver Samurai, and all of these cards. Like I have not played against this on Ladder or Conquest really.
I don't know. Cal is actually like usually this matchup is sometimes tough because of getting the rocks in the hand with the Korg and the rock slide, and like if you brick a lockjaw flip with the rock, it like definitely doesn't feel good. But so far, Cal has been doing pretty good at dodging the rocks. As I say that, now he's got 3 in his deck to deal with this round. So
I feel like he's
we'll see if he can.
some rocks too.
Oh, there. Okay, drawn. It's not bad as long as it doesn't come out of lockjaw. That's what you got to dodge.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get a Jubilee here, and I think he's hoping to well.
It's a race for the raft, right?
Exactly, and I don't know if Rusinho has cards that can fill that up. Probably not, though, right? This is only turn
3, but there is super flow, so it depends. I did not see exactly how many low cost cards he had in the hand, but Rusinho. But I'm not thinking that they're able to fill up this lane, but neither is Kawa. So
yeah,
I think they're both going to commit a little bit, but I don't think either one of them is going to be able to take this one. We did get a snap out of Kawa, though. Or no, sorry, out of Rusinho. I apologize.
I honestly can't tell, so I will just trust your judgment. It's a good
but
retrieve,
then
I would say.
retrieve from Kawa. Yeah, expecting, I mean, with that snap, with the Raft card, with that Raft lane being filled, Kawa's got to expect Rusinho filling it. And
with the hand that Kawa drew, like, there wasn't, like, the cards that he needed, really.
Yeah, that was a smart retreat.
Ooh,
okay. That's good.
Rusinho with Agent Coulson, Zabu, Devil Dino, and Rock Slide. Okay, that's a good hand for
another Raft.
Rusinho. Yeah, I know, the freaking Raft again, man.
Yeah, this one.
I think Rusinho's
it's really. I think it's gonna be a race for the Raft again here.
Yeah, jeez. It's hard to race for the Raft for Kawa, really.
It is, yeah, because it's like.
I mean, it's like Lockjaw, Jubilee. Sort of thing.
Yeah, but even that's like turn 4, but it doesn't look like.
It's not bad though. I mean, I don't know. Like.
Well, Rusinho did just top deck Korg, so Rusinho can fill a Raft this turn.
Damn, he totally is, right?
Yeah, he top decked one of the 1-drops he needed.
Okay.
Sending Silver Samurai through. This is smart by Kala. Very smart by Kala. He doesn't have Prio, so he's actually going to slice the raft card from Rusinho, most likely.
Ooh, that's so smart.
Oh, the lad hit the Darkhawk, though. That's huge.
Oh, wait.
Excuse me. It's the power, not the energy. I'm a fool.
Wait, really? Is that what it is? Oh, no.
Yep,
and the
it's the power, not the
threw
energy.
a stupid rock. Oh, my gosh.
Yep,
That's so frustrating. Oh, gee.
Yeah, the Silver Samurai killed the Black Widow.
Jubilee. Oh, it's scary.
That's the rock that I was talking about, though, out of the lockjaw. It's just like completely shuts down the momentum.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the Magneto is not bad because it can like move that Iron Lad over. I think that's what he's trying to indicate. So him playing the Jubilee is not bad. Hopefully he doesn't get another rock. We'll see.
Yeah, he's got all three. He's got 2 left in the deck, right?
Mm-hmm. Double
Big Dino on 5, yep.
Building. And Jubilee ends up getting
Infinite. That's huge.
Oh,
another rock.
Another rock. It's
so they've got 2 Magneto.
Though, right?
They've got 2 Magneto to be able to win that lane.
Yep.
But they can't. Can they Magneto right though? Because of the big Dino.
I mean,
it's not going to be enough for just the Magneto. Trying to think, there hasn't been any discards from Kawa, right? For the Hela, I don't think Hela's really bringing anything back.
It discarded something small. Oh no. Okay.
Yep. Just no option here for a Kawa, unfortunately.
Darn. Oh yeah.
And the Ultron Raft card.
Wow, that's so much power.
I know, that's the Darkhawk Dino bringing the power.
Congratulations to Rusinho on winning and making it to the finals. Wow. Great job to both players. They both did a great job. All right, I'm gonna move them over to the waiting room.
Kawa did a great job with the hands that he was given. That's the tough thing with the Hela deck, though, is like it's really draw reliant, RNG reliant, lockjaw pool reliant. But when it does work out, it pops off.
As we saw in the first game, I was like, holy crap! Like when it popped off, it's just so much power. But besides that, I think it's really hard to be able to like draw the cards that you need. And I think he got a little unlucky with some of those card draws in the last like half of the game. But
and that's the thing, the Darkhawk Dino deck is super consistent at bringing the power. That's sort of I would say is the diff in that matchup is just, I mean, we saw that similar deck just win a tourney previously, I think about a month ago or so, just because of how consistent it was bringing the power. Even if you have tech cards against it, it's just there's so much between Darkhawk, Marvel, Dino. It's like, what do you use the tech cards on? And so just the consistency just sort of outshone the Hela sort of randomness in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Okay, we're gonna take a very, very quick intermission here, and then we're gonna be going over to, I believe, Dychotic versus MaxTaipei. I think they are ready already. It's the other semifinals game. I'm very excited to see it.
Let's go.
But we will be back after a very, very quick break here. All right.
Sounds good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and we are watching Dychotic versus MaxTaipei, but I think I'm really sorry. I have the wrong thing going on here. Let me make sure that this is correct. So, Meal, you can
yeah, so Dychotic,
fix it.
Yeah, you're good. So Dychotics looks like they're bringing like a little bit of a rampish into Sandman, but no Chavez anymore, so there's a little bit of a different kind of a ramp that we're used to be seeing, but I'm excited to see how it plays out. While Max has got the Black Knight Shuri Red Skull blend, which I actually ran a little bit on my climb to Infinite, and I actually like that. So interested to see how this matchup is actually going to turn out. But a huge turn right here on turn 3, giving away the Electro ongoing, which is rough. But the good thing is that Red Skull actually typically only plays 1 card per turn besides the last one when they have Sauron down, but still not fun for anybody to be restricted down to 1 card per turn. Then the wave goes out to ramp a little bit for Dychotic. Yeah, I think the Shuri's probably still pretty safe, even with the Electro on the board, to just, you know, continue to playing. It's not super oppressive, but with Dychotic having tech cards can be a little risky. Dychotic did snap on that actually as well, snapping into the wave turn, knowing that Max can only play 1 card per turn. Shuri on 4, naturally. All right, there's only 1 turn left before they actually have to swap hands here, so we know that Max is going to play under the Shuri to sort of hopefully seal that lane. It looks like Dychotic is going to go ahead and get the Doom and Sunspot out of their hand. Doom rules all. Covers quite a bit of lane control, though.
Ooh, a Mindscape?
And then now the hand swap. Yep.
Oh god, I hate Mindscape so much. Okay, looks like Max is winning. Well, Dychotic's winning 2 of the lanes, right?
Yep. Dychotic's winning the 2 after the Doom.
Max is thinking about playing that Magneto. Are we going to see a Alioth?
Alioth. I mean, it's going to be a 50-50 whether it's mid or right. So let's see if the Alioth actually lands.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is going to be a 50-50 guess for Dychotic. But if it does land, that seals it.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. For 4, too, on the first round.
I guess it depends on
think that they might
Max
both play it
the,
out.
The Magneto.
Yeah.
I mean, if he plays on the right side?
So on the right side, then you would go to 14, but then Dychotic's only going to hit 13, and doesn't look like there's any soaking, so...
Mm-hmm, right, because of the Alioth play.
Yeah.
But are we going to see that?
So if the Magneto does go down right, it would actually,
Max
I believe, take the win.
Where to play. Mid or right?
Oh, decides to go with the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. It's really tough to decide, and especially knowing, like, where your opponent could potentially play, like... I mean...
I know, that's the thing, too, is that it was Dychotic drawing his own Alioth, too, so that wasn't even Max's Alioth. So that was...
Does Max have an Alioth?
Max is not, no, yeah. So that was the top deck after the Mindscape.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, Black Knight turn 1, though.
Yeah. Oh, we get to see Black Knight again. It's fun.
Yeah, I actually like it in the Shuri Red Skull shell because, I mean, there's a few times that if you run against a player with magic, it's like you can Shuri in your Ebony 20 power Ebony Blade and make it a 40, and then it's just like, ooh, an extra draw, though.
That's
Can't be mad about that.
fun.
Both players surely happy about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is a different... Okay, I see. It's a different deck that I've seen that what MaxTaipei played earlier. Sauron. Pretty good.
So does give quite a bit of value. Sauron is big for the last turn with the Red Skull decks, right? Because it allows you the Ebony Maw flex after the Taskmaster. It definitely changes the turn 6 play when you're playing against Red Skull if they got Sauron out by quite a bit.
It's just so much power that you can just throw onto the board. And it's like split up power too, so...
It's harder to contest the Shuri lane, and then it's also harder to know what's going where on the last turn, so...
A lot of options.
And that is why we see the snap out of Max there.
Was that a snap out of Max?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, you're right.
Because he knows he's got a lot of power coming.
Ooh, a Jubilee. Okay, it gets
with the Sunspot. Sure, he's hoping for one of his big cards, though, but...
Oh,
the Sandman to restrict everything coming down.
Interesting.
But Max has got big cards to play.
Yeah, it's still not a ton of power. That's the... I wonder... Because can Dychotic still contest the left side? Not really, right? Maybe. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Right?
No, yeah, especially not after the Red Skull, no.
Yeah.
And now there's no Prio, but I believe that was a Taskmaster that Max just played out. So it really comes down to what, it's just a little bit too far behind for the Sandman.
Too difficult. Yeah, there's just not enough power on the board, and there's not enough to be put on the board.
Yeah, Dichotic's only really got Doom or Magneto as an option here, and either one of those just isn't going to be enough when a possible Taskmaster, and I guess a guaranteed Taskmaster, since, you know, UI and chat can see it, is coming down. It's just not going to be enough.
Yep.
Still thinking about it, though. It's whether they submit the turn and risk it. Because Sandman is always sketchy, man. You never... I mean, that's the thing, is that with Red Skull, they have so much power to come over the top. Because the big thing with Sandman is, you know, obviously it doesn't just suppress your opponent, it suppresses you, too. So you have to be in a good position before you put Sandman down.
Yeah,
or else it's just so hard to be able to come back point-wise.
Yep, exactly. Well, it looks like they are tied right now. 8 cubes versus 8 cubes. This is the semifinals game for anyone just tuning in. This is the last semifinals game, so whoever wins this one is moving on to the finals. Very, very exciting right now.
I know, I like both these decks from these two opponents here just because of... I mean, it's new stuff, right? It's the new ramp deck because we don't have Chavez anymore, so it's a new style, new flavors, got Absorbing Man, a few other options, tech options, and then now we don't, you know, it's not the typical Shuri Red Skull. It's got the Black Knight, so they're both like new season, new patch flavors of, you know, familiar decks that we're sort of used to, but it's a whole new take on it.
Yep, exactly. Okay, we're gonna
get rid of the Electro ongoing. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's really good, actually. The Electro is nice here.
Yeah, it is a lot of... That's the thing, though, is like with the Shuri Red Skull, especially with Zero into Ebony, it's just so much early prio that it's like a lot of sort of catch up before you're even able to like contemplate putting Sandman down or anything like that for Dichotic. So with Black Knight setting up for an Ebony Blade as well, we got to hope for a high roll here out of Jubilee.
For sure. Both of these players are very, very strong players, especially having made it this far.
Oh, no.
Did it discard the Taskmaster?
So the Icebox hit the Taskmaster and then he Lady Sift, which actually hit the Taskmaster since it was Iceboxed.
Oh, no.
Not sure if that was intentional or not. It might have been.
Ooh, Absorbing Man? Wait, does the
On
Absorbing
Doom.
Man absorb the Jubilee?
Oh, no, Jubilee. Yep. Jubilee, you're right.
Oh, interesting.
So going for the lane fill.
Oh. I'm always scared of the lane fill. Oh, no, the Eliath.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one having the lane filled that early with only 12 power.
Yeah, this is tough.
But he could pull the Sif out with Magneto, it's true.
And the Red Skull? Wait, is Red Skull 4 or 5?
5.
Okay.
But even if they do pull the Magneto, or even if they do pull the Lady Sif, excuse me, it's, you know, Lady Sif's going to beat the Magneto and left, right? Because it'll go to 15 to 12.
Yeah, this is just, it's probably not enough.
But I think they're planning to just going to go ahead and submit it for 2, looks like. Pulls the Sif.
Yeah, this is...
Yep, just not enough. Just that early prio with a little bit of rough draws on the ramp side. Sort of what Red Skull wants to be, you know, it's the ramp that Red Skull wants, though, is that early 10 drop, especially when you're going against ramp, you want as much early prio as possible, and Max was able to make that happen with having the Zero and the Ebony Maw and everything else to follow it up.
Yeah, he had a lot of power. And I think the Absorbing Man was kind of unlucky that it drew a Eliath on the right side.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That sort of sealed it.
Probably hoping for something else. Let's see, Shadow
Black Knight on 1, though.
Man,
the Black Knight on 1s today.
Yeah.
Okay, that's smart. Putting armor on Fist Tower.
any discard, any whatever gets discarded first, right?
Oh, Lamentis.
Lamentis. Ooh, really?
You got what you got now. You got what you got now.
They both kind of have good hands, though.
Yeah, I mean, Red Skull's pretty much has everything it wants, right? It has Shuri, Red Skull, Taskmaster.
Exactly.
I'm not sure exactly what they played on
perfect.
3, but if that's Sauron, it's like everything they could ever dream of.
Yeah, I think Max I think Max snapped
yeah,
there?
Max.
Yeah.
Max snapped again, yeah. Just because, I mean, when you have that hand, it's like you're pretty much untouched by Lamentis when you're given that, so you might as well. You got to assume the worst for your opponent and snap. It's a very good snap.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the thing, is like Jubilee's a bit of a dead card now, right? They're going to wave to try to get a little bit of early prio.
Yeah.
So it was a Sauron. They did get everything they needed. Yep. Definitely a good snap.
Combo? Wow.
Yep. They have Ebony Maw too and everything. That's wild.
But they still gotta play their normal, like, Shuri.
Yeah.
Their combo.
So the Doom's going to come out, which is going to give them, for Dychotic, give a bit of power on the board, but we still... There's going to be that Shuri here. Once this Shuri hits, they know that they have those big points coming.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
So I'm sure Dychotic was hoping that either the Shuri or Red Skull or some type of the combo was hit with Lamentis, but they're gonna...
This is tough.
Sandman's not bad though, right? Because if they Sandman here...
Choice, because then they just have to 50-50 it, right? Like afterwards with a Alioth potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it's honestly probably their best option, right? It's like, what else they can't really play anything else this turn.
Mm-hmm. Because it's not like you can play, like, Jubilee. You can't really play, like... I mean, you can't play any of the 6 drops, so...
This is going to be a good one, though. This is going to be whether they can guess that Alioth lane.
Oh, gosh.
Yep, submits it. There we go.
Oh, man.
Okay, so Max has got that left lane secured for sure. Nothing Dychotic could do, unfortunately. And now it's the guessing game. Where do you fart?
This is so scary.
That's the question. And they snap too. Dychotic snap back on that.
Oh my gosh, it's 6?
Yep, this is for the game.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. This is going all in on the Alioth 50-50. Max is still thinking about it though, right? Okay, Max just threw out the Taskmaster. Hasn't submitted the turn yet though. They're both going back and forth, trying to figure out which lane, just which one.
The suspense is killing me. Oh my gosh, neither of them know. It's almost...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The amount of times they both placed it and put it back and then placed it and put it back.
I know, because it is a 50-50 for both of them.
Yeah. Not the snap. The snapback came in, so this is a big round.
This is a huge round. Jeez. I mean,
This is whoever goes to the finals.
This could be it. Yeah, this could be it for Dychotic.
Switches it to the right lane, out of the lane that the Taskmaster was in at the last second. Oh no.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
But congratulations to MaxTaipei for making it to the finals. Well played to both of these players. That was crazy.
Oh my lord, I'm shook.
They should both be very proud
shook.
of getting this far. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, that was big.
Wow.
I mean, I actually really respect that, and that's a great way, honestly, as far as like a final round type of game playing, what cards should be played, like a good 50-50 gamble with a big snap to figure out who's going to the finals. I like it. I mean,
know,
you can't ask for more.
It was exciting.
I know, it's like that's one of those rough ones too. It's because like the Alioth was placed perfectly, and then it was just those creeping thoughts at the last second. It's like, nope, they're going right.
Oh, it's so
and then
sad.
it's just like, oh man, you just gotta kick it. I mean, it happens to everybody though, right? So it's like it's not against the player. It's just it happens to everybody.
It is a 50-50 because honestly, I mean, like Max was moving his. I mean, we couldn't see it, But I bet he was moving it back and forth between those two locations as well. Like, you just don't know.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you saw that.
No
You saw
idea.
the sand going over his hand nonstop. So it was every time that he put it on the board, the sand would go over his hand. He'd be like, "Oh no, the next lane." So it's just back and forth, and it's just sort of a matter of luck on that one.
Absolutely. But it was a very good game. Very, very good game.
Yeah.
I loved watching that. That was so intense.
I know. I love the amount of lockjaws and jubilees and like the high roll pulls out of the deck and stuff between these last two games. It's like those are the exciting decks, right? As far as like
like it really is like it's like RNG stuff that it's like, oh my god, you brought this to a tournament.
That's big though, right? Because it's like, especially in a tournament, it's like it's not big highs, I guess, big lows maybe, but big highs if you do hit, which always feels good.
Sure. No, I love to see it. It's awesome. Okay, so we are preparing for the finals, and let's take a look at our bracket real quick. Congratulations to everybody that made it to the semifinals, because honestly, well, we said that the top 4 would get prizes, so congrats to all of you guys that made it this far.
Everybody's walking home with a prize.
Yeah, that's true. So we have MaxTaipei that is moving on to the finals here, and then I believe it is, wait, sorry, I think this thing is a little bit messed up, but once we get it, I think it's Rusinho versus MaxTaipei for the finals. And I think it's going to be a very, very interesting match, because we don't know which deck they're going to use. So how this tournament works is, for anyone who doesn't know, the opponents, all the players submitted 2 different decks that they could use, and they just choose whichever deck they want to use for every single round. So if they wanted to use the same deck every round, that's fine. But they were able to use whatever they wanted, no bans or anything like that, single elimination. But we are about to watch the finals of the entire tournament. What do you think of it so far, Samuel?
I mean, I think it's been pretty crazy. Like I said, with like all the random like RNG-ish type cards and stuff that people are playing, it always keeps it exciting. And I mean, it's interesting to see everybody's new take on the the changes that just happened, right? It's like we're seeing all these sort of hybrid blends from sort of what we're used to seeing. Now that we don't have like consistency draw Chavez, you got to plug some other type of win con in because you might not get the combo anymore for that deck. So it's like you got to plug something else in now. Or like the Black Knight decks, now that Black Knight's got so much value, it's like now it's just going into Shuri because it's got big cards. But it's just like, it's cool to see all these new cards that just got changed. We're still sort of in like the I don't know, like the following few days after big changes where you're still seeing things sort of shift around, but it's like we're seeing like really consistent, strong stuff that people are bringing, so soon after such big changes. For sure. I was gonna say, like with like Black Knight, I don't see that card very often. So like after the change, it's been really cool to see like different cards get some more love. Like I always like to see that. So I'm glad we got to see, like, I feel like almost every single game that I've watched today has had like a Black Knight. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I think we're going to be seeing it more often because, I mean, the fact that you can play a card on the board that has, I mean, typically a lot of power, if you sort of, position it right to be able to discard something big. But the fact that it can't be Shadow Kinged or it can't be Shang-Chi, it's like that is so much value, especially when you're putting it down turn 4 possibly or whatnot. So it's like I'm expecting to see it quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting too, because it's like what I was just mentioning is like we just in the, I guess we're a few days past the patch, like close to a week now, but it's like as time goes on, it's like we're going to be seeing, more and more different, more consistent brews with Black Knight. And I don't know, I'm just excited to sort of see what people are coming out with. And I mean, that's the big thing with this tournament is like everybody's coming with the, the little tricky brews that they've got with all this new stuff. It makes me want to try it out. Black Knight, do it. Yeah. You definitely should. It's fun. Like I said, I played something similar to that Red Skull Black Knight deck for like, I think it was like from like 80 to 90 or something like that during the climb this season. And it was like, it was surprisingly strong, surprisingly consistent, because it's like you already got the Shuri red line or Red Skull line, but the Black Knight combination in there, it's like a lot of what it seems like the meta is going towards, especially with Chavez being out, is just multiple. You need multiple win cons in decks because it's just with Chavez out the door, you can't really have like, you know, big one wombo combo type deck type things. I mean, you still can, but not like how it used to be. You gotta have multiple win cons, and that's one of the reasons why I like that Darkhawk Dino deck is really performing well.
I agree.
It's just got a lot of power.
It feels like the games that I watched today throughout the tournament, it seemed like the decks that have like multiple win cons like have been performing really, really well, just because like it's like not as consistent anymore to draw the cards that you need for your like big finisher like combo. And like we saw some of those decks really suffer, the ones that are like very dependent on those on those combos. So definitely like decks that have like answers to a lot of things and like different like combos that you can play definitely are the ones that are seem to be like succeeding more.
Yeah, and then the other side of it too of having decks that have multiple win cons is it adds layers to the mind games for the opponent that you're playing against. Where it's like, you know, if you have 4 different ways that you can go at the end, that's all sort of tied off your, you know, first few rounds build up. It's like, what do you play against when you know that there's Mystique coming down or Marvel or, you know, Task, like there's so much stuff with multiple win con decks that it's just like you think you might have the winning lane, but then they've got, you know, the third option in their back pocket that they actually play instead. So it's like it's definitely changing the dynamic of Snap a little bit compared to where it's like, I don't know, there's a lot more mind games starting to get created in Snap now that there's like more win cons.
For sure. Like being unpredictable is such a huge thing in this game. Because I mean, like people like when people know like what you're gonna play, they'll either just like retreat or like they just expect something. But when you like pull something else out like that, that's just gonna change the game completely. So definitely
I agree.
Having like different options is huge. Okay, so let's see. We are getting ready for the finals. I think they I'm not sure if our players are still getting ready. TC, I don't know if you have an update on that or not.
We are ready pretty much, so very short break hopefully.
Okay, sweet. Then we are gonna go over to a break. Big shout out and thank you to Samil for casting the semifinals with me.
No problem.
Yeah, I had
it was fun.
It was super fun casting with you and enjoying those games together. I really appreciate it, and hopefully you can come back again for another tournament and cast.
For sure. Let me know.
All right. Thank you, Samil. We're going to go over to a short break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now watching the grand finals of the Quantum Cup Deck the Halls tournament. And joining me again is Teffy. Hi, Teffy.
Hey, guys. I'm so excited to cast the grand finals with you, and we have 2 non-American players, it looks like, so that's pretty exciting.
Ooh, fun. We have MaxTaipei versus Rusinho. Super fun. Max is using the Shuri Red Skull deck that we just saw the last last game.
And it's just so it's interesting because he's running a Black Knight package alongside of it, which I've never seen this before. Yeah.
I mean, it won him the last game, so clearly it's a pretty strong deck. And then looks like Rusinho ran this deck as well in the last game that they played also. So this is going to be...
Yeah, Rusinho is playing kind of like a more classic traditional Darkhawk deck, doubling the Darkhawk effect with Mystique. And also they have a Snow Guard, which might come into play if they draw. Oh no, they do have it. Yeah, which might come into play with that Space Throne on turn 5 or 6 or something. So
yeah, that'll be fun. All right off the bat, we have a Sauron that's in play for Max, getting rid of those ongoing effects. We have a Zabu for Rusinho as well, making his cards cost a little less. Ooh, are we gonna see a fill here from Max in the white hot room? Wow.
Exactly, trying to get that bonus energy possibly. Oh no, he changed his mind, which is fine. Maybe he's deciding to play a different combo of cards. There we go. Okay. So we're getting a full... Oh, they both filled it up. Interesting.
Ooh, so do they both get the +3 max energy? I think they do, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Wow.
And...
Ooh, but Rusinho filled it up with a Jeff, so at least the Jeff can still move. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, so now the question for Max is, should he Shuri here? Should he just do a straight up Red Skull? He's looking at how, like, the hand and deck size. And we got a snap.
Wow.
So Max just snapped.
Ooh, so I guess Max looked at the size of Rusinho's hand just to see how big that dino could possibly be. I'm guessing that's what he was looking at.
I think so, because he was hovering over the hand size, and it does look like Rusinho did just play the dino. I'm not sure which lane yet, but he did play the dino. Yeah, let's see where this settles on Rusinho's end. They do both have +3 energy, so they both have 8 energy total.
The problem is,
so lots of options.
Rusinho plays more cards, then... we're gonna see a retreat from Max.
Escape.
I think that's kind of a good retreat because mid was pretty much lost by Max, I think. Just because it's like filled up, right? And whereas Rusinho could move the Jeff and play something and kind of like guarantee a win mid. I'm thinking.
Yeah, and looking at Rusinho's hand, he did have the Mystique, so he was playing a Devil Dino. Most likely, Rusinho would have won that middle.
Yeah, that would have been tough for Max to win. And without really knowing, you just kind of have to retreat on something like that. So it was a good retreat.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Sacred Timeline. Has anyone filled up Sacred Timeline before? I've never seen a single person fill that thing up.
Like, the only decks that really want to fill that up are like collector type decks, or I guess Dino decks too. So we could see Rusinho, if they have Dino, try to fill it up just to have, an extra 3 cards in their hand.
True.
And yeah, I think Max is waiting for either a Shuri or even a late Sauron might be nice for that Ebony Maw.
Superflow's kind of fun.
Superflow is fun. The interesting thing about Max's Black Knight package is that it doesn't run the traditional vision in the Shuri deck, so it kind of loses out on that mobility.
It's true. Ooh, we got a Rock Slide. I feel like Rock Slide always makes the opponent draw a rock. Like it feels like it never fails.
Yeah, I mean, between the Korg and the Rock Slide, that's +3 rocks in your deck. There's a very good chance.
Ooh, Max hovering over the end turn. Does that mean he might play the Infinite next turn? Potentially.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a turn 5 Infinite. And it doesn't look like Rusinho is going to deactivate the Superflow, so he's probably safe playing the Infinite next turn.
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
we got the Widow's Bite.
Hello.
Yeah, so the Infinite left, Widow's Bite mid. That makes sense. Oh, the order. Yeah, there we go. You want to play the Widow's Bite first just in case you draw the Taskmaster here. So
yeah.
Good job catching that.
I didn't catch what Rusinho did yet. Oh, maybe Rusinho didn't.
I don't think Rusinho's...
Well, they have a
Dark Rusinho
Hawk,
still has full energy.
Darkhawk, Devil Dino.
And a Dino, yeah. But they're thinking about Samurai, which
would
might end up helping.
Yeah, that would help because of the rock.
Well, Max still has the Black Knight that hasn't triggered yet. So if the Silver Samurai targets the Red Skull, he'll have a cheap 4 power, 14 power for 4 cost Ebony Blade there. So it's a 1 in 3 chance. We'll see what actually happens.
Yep. Ooh, the Dark Hawk coming out, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it's Darkhawk Silver Samurai.
Ooh.
And it got the rock!
It did get the rock.
Hello! So happy!
Man, that
So Infinite will definitely
is
be big
just
enough.
Crazy big. Yeah, I think the left lane is probably lost for Rusinho. But the good news is Rusinho is winning 2 lanes here. But Max does have a ton of power that he can throw.
Yeah, Max top deck to 0, which is kind of like the perfect top deck for his Red Skull play here.
Oh yeah.
So he's gonna get
especially without the
17
Sauron.
power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a ton of power. However, definitely.
It's very winnable for Max here. Oh, he's gonna end up playing middle, it looks like. Sneaky.
It could work, honestly. It's like, once again, I feel like we have a 50-50.
It is a 50-50. I mean, they're thinking, you know what? Like, I'm ahead by 9 points middle, so
wow.
I feel comfortable winning that. And it's not going to be enough, and Max sneaks away with the Game 2 victory against Rusinho.
Wow. Smart play. All right.
Victory!
Wow, that was huge. Big win.
I feel like we're not getting any like crazy snaps from these players like in the grand finals.
Yeah, they're going to
see,
play
who knows?
extra conservative.
I totally would play conservative. Okay. So.
Oh, early Elysium.
Ooh,
I don't know who this benefits more. I think with Rusinho's hand, he does have Rock Slide and Korg again, so it might actually end up benefiting Rusinho. Because a turn 2 Rock Slide, that's a lot of rocks real early.
It really is,
that you
and
can draw.
it's great early because it really messes up the opponent's draws.
Yeah, so
Ooh, armor.
I'm thinking that Max might end up playing the Ebony Maw 0 turn 3, depending on what his draw is. Okay, what's the hub? So we get a Moon Knight and a Zabu. Ooh, Zabu is great for Rusinho.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Zabu is a really good draw.
Okay, and then we did get that Sauron draw, so it looks like Max will end up playing the Sauron on the hub, on the right location. And Rusinho gonna play that Zabu, that lucky Zabu draw.
Wow, they can play both of those cards? Oh, because of the Elysium. Wow. Big.
Yeah. So,
That's huge.
So now the 4 costs for Rusinho cost 2. Oh, and they got a Red Skull that they're playing.
Wait, the Lady Sif
like
will discard the Infinite?
Yeah, guaranteed.
Oh.
So Black Knight will get 20 power, and it looks like Max just snapped. Speaking of playing conservative and not snapping.
Oh, this is so exciting! Oh my gosh.
So that is a 28 power Red Skull middle. But that Ebony Blade is most likely. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So I think Rusinho knows that he has the Ebony Blade, so it won't be a surprise. So I do like playing it here in the middle. Well, we'll see what he does.
There is an armor there too. Wow.
There's an armor, although neither deck really runs any Destruction or Eliath, so the armor really won't be
The Moon Knight
of
gets
you.
rid
It won't.
0 or something? Or what does the Moon Knight do? Gets rid of a card from both players' hands or what?
Yeah, it's both players' hands.
It's discard 1, right? I got okay.
Yes, a random card from each player. So I think that Max does not want that Red Skull or the Ebony Maw to be discarded, but if Rusinho's Darkhawk gets discarded, that'd be really bad. Okay,
Ooh, it's
Enchantress,
random?
interesting. Oh. Yeah, it's random. So Rusinho plays the Enchantress to
the
debuff
0
that
got
Red
discarded,
Skull.
and the Darkhawk got discarded.
And the Darkhawk.
That's huge.
That was the best possible outcome for Max.
But But there is a Devil Dino that Rusinho just drew. This is big though, it's 4 cubes.
Yeah, but the Devil Dino will only be, what, 3 plus 4, so 7 power. It's not even going to be that much power. It's more power to play Zabu and Iron Lad.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah, the Devil Dino's not that big.
And Max got lucky. He only drew 1 rock.
Yeah, he did get lucky.
So yeah, I do like stacking left. I think that is a good play. Really could use as much power as he can, so he's just gonna piggyback off of that existing 7 power to add another 21 power on turn 6, and
that's a
Rusinho
good
leaves.
retreat. That's a very good retreat from Rusinho.
Yeah, Rusinho, I mean, like, true, he put 3 rocks into Max's deck, but he has no idea what to expect. It was very conservative, and I do like the retreat, and it saved him from a loss.
For the grand finals of the tournament, I would play conservative.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, and especially
Alright, another early Black Knight. And another turn 1 Korg, of course. Rusinho getting early rocks every game. Oh no!
Flow. Oh no. Not great.
They're both emoting. I love the emotes. They're pretty fun. And actually, Rusinho does have the Ms. Marvel in hand.
Black Widow and Snow Guard coming down for Rusinho. The Widow's bite is so annoying.
It really is.
Played. Oh my gosh.
Especially because Max is waiting for his combo pieces, and now, like, he wants a discard or he wants a Shuri, and he didn't get either.
Well, at least Shuri's Lab is in play, and Max does have a Typhoid Mary and a Taskmaster, so that is a lot of power that he could put on the board.
And Shuri's Lab overall does benefit Max more than Rusinho because Rusinho is playing ongoing.
Yep.
Ooh, and we have an Infinite, but...
Oh, but the Superflow's not in play, so it doesn't...
Yeah,
it's just not the right...
it would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah.
Nice, but can't really do that.
So I'm thinking it
probably
is going to be Typhoid Mary.
That's what I would
into
assume,
Taskmaster.
Right? Yeah.
Like, unless if Max is able to draw a Red Skull, he will probably play Red Skull as well. Otherwise, he'll probably Task next turn.
Right.
And I'm interested to see how Rusinho's going to play. So, I didn't pay attention to what he played this turn, but they both play right.
Mystique.
And we get a second Darkhawk.
Does it double the Oh.
No, because it's ongoing.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah, Shuri's Lab is not great for...
Okay, so that Ebony Maw, 1 power, and it's going to be... or 1 energy, and it's going to be 14 power on the right side. That's huge.
It's so strong.
So this is actually starting to shape up for Max, even though he did kind of get that Widow's Bite early.
No, but he's got so much power on the board. The Shuri's Lab helped tremendously, I think.
Yeah. Alright, and Rusinho...
on what to do. Turn 5. Devil Dino, Miss Marvel, the Snow Guard stuff, and then Rock Slide. Rock Slide is not bad.
Yeah, Rock Slide is not bad.
Like both the Darkhawk and the Mystique.
It is nice to have like a surprise turn 6 Rock Slide, but that being said, maybe this is just a little bit more mana efficient for Rusinho.
I think so too.
And yeah, so it looks like Max is winning 2 of the 3 lanes. We're probably going to be seeing Ebony Maw right... Oh, actually, I don't know. Oh, it looks like Rusinho already retreated.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing the retreat later.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if Max decides to retreat as well, but
I think
he probably is
going
to be feeling...
yeah, like with the Shuri's Lab, I think it's just really hard for Rusinho to play versus like a deck that needs like a deck where Shuri is like an important piece and you get Shuri's Lab. It's just like,
Yeah, you just have Shuri as much as you want. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Max is checking Rusinho's hand size, just kind of verifying if a Dino's going to beat him.
Yep.
He's contesting all 3 lanes. That's generally a smart thing to do, and he's gonna end the turn and find out that there was a retreat.
It's like, this what always happens. You spend so much effort like trying to figure it out, finally do, and it's like, oh, they retreated.
Yeah, all that work, and they retreated.
Yeah.
And round 5, so we got the doubled stakes.
Ooh.
And this is where it gets a lot scarier.
Fun begins. It is
The fun begins.
Yeah, 8 cubes versus 5 cubes with Max in the lead. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, if Rusinho wins just like a snapped game. Oh, Rusinho is not liking that Black Knight.
Black Knight again.
And Max actually just drew the Ghost Rider, so he just needs Lady Sif. He really, really, really wants a Lady Sif right now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Actually, wait, no. You know what? The highest powered or energy cost card is a Taskmaster, so he kind of needs 2 different cards.
Oh.
Okay, we got the Shuri though, so he's probably going Typhoid Mary now.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Sora on this game, so Max will not be getting to play that cheap Ebony Maw.
Yeah, it's gotta be the Typhoid Mary here. And then Taskmaster.
So we're probably gonna see into Taskmaster, yeah. Okay, we got Laddie coming out, Iron Lad. And Korg. Yeah, so Iron Lad is just one of the best cards in the game. I've come to realize. I remember early when it came out, I was like, it's not that good, right? But no, it's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Rusinho is doing pretty well on this. I mean,
Max just snapped.
What?
Max just snapped. Yeah.
Maybe he's trying to get Rusinho to. I don't know.
I mean, this is kind of mind gamesy, but also he's got a good hand.
I feel like Rusinho's doing pretty well here.
And yeah, so it looks like Rusinho is leading in all 3 lanes. Oh, Max did draw that 0. So I think, like, I don't know how this will go. So Max is gonna play Taskmaster and 0, but
Zero's gotta go mid, right?
Oh, we got a claw play.
Ooh.
So it looks like Agent Coulson got Rusinho a claw.
It's just so many cubes. Oh my gosh. 4 cubes.
Yeah, I don't know.
At least 4 cubes. If they go through with it, it's 5. Oh my gosh, is he going for it? It's gotta be 0 mid, right? Because
it's gotta be 0 mid.
Yeah.
But will Rusinho play anything middle, or will if Rusinho plays anything middle, he most likely wins this match or this game, I should say.
Yeah, because Max is not winning the right side, and like if he plays something mid, then
yeah, and Max. Yeah, I don't know if Max loses this, he's down to 3 cubes, so he's probably feeling the pressure right now.
For sure. Oh man, but it's like.
Oh, he commits.
Oh.
And the claw came out. There's no way he knew about the claw.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And Max does win the left lane, but the middle lane is just short.
It's too strong, yeah. Well played by Rusinho here. Wow, it's a lot of cubes. Holy crap. Rusinho has definitely closed the gap and is now in the lead. Max with 3 cubes and Rusinho with 5.
And we haven't seen Max behind in any matches that we've streamed so far, so this is kind of uncharted territory for him.
Yep. Gonna see a collapse.
Oh, but Max got the Sauron.
Yeah, that's gonna be good for him. Got a Zabu for Rusinho. I wonder if that's what play.
Ooh, draw 2 cards. That's really good for Max because Rusinho is playing Darkhawk.
Oh, true. Oh my gosh.
Interestingly enough, there is.
See the Zabu.
Yeah, we're getting the Zabu and Korg. Yeah.
Korg is there all the time.
And I have a feeling that next turn Rusinho is gonna Black Widow just because it's a great card.
Mm-hmm.
He might Coulson as well. Oh, it looks like he's not Black Widowing.
Yeah. Wait, he's not playing Darkhawk, right? He doesn't have Darkhawk?
I don't think so. I don't think he had it.
Here, right?
No, like Dino is probably his better win condition this match or this game.
Max gonna stay on the left.
Unlike last game, this time Typhoid Mary is silenced, so she will not make everyone else -1.
Yeah, it's gonna be helpful. Red Skull. It's a lot of power that Max can put on the board. Whereas Rusinho.
Oh, Rusinho did draw the Dino.
Dino, yeah. Dino and then Mystique the turn after. That can
and
be huge.
Agent Coulson as well.
Yeah, the Coulson. True. It's like we're gonna see the Dino
so
on the left side.
All systems go.
So much power.
So Dino left is actually is that gonna be like how much can Max put left? So he can get +14, that's 30. He could win left if he wanted to.
Yeah, I would
if he
go
tasks left with Ebony Maw, he could win
I think
that.
the task is too... I don't know. I think it's too much to contest, potentially.
Well, he can put 21 power with the task and Ebony Maw on the left, which would put him above what Rusinho can put out.
Yeah, but if
the
Rusinho
issue
just
is
does the Mystique plus the Coulson in the middle, like...
exactly that's the issue. So it's
wait,
14 enough. So 14 is 30 power. It will not be enough on the left, no. Because I believe Rusinho is going to Agent Coulson, yeah.
Like, I almost feel like Taskmaster on the... Yeah. I would... Well, who knows? I don't know. I don't know.
And if Max loses this, Rusinho is the winner of the tournament. Let's see what happens here.
See it mid. Mystique plus the Coulson.
And it looks like he's gonna win the middle lane as well. So, wow, we have a champion of Quantum Cup, Rusinho.
Congratulations to Rusinho on winning the Quantum Cup Deck the Halls tournament. That was the last game of the grand finals. Wow. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, very well played to both players here. This was the last game. They're both going to be getting money. So that was an awesome series of games to watch. Really, really exciting tournament. I'm going to go back to this scene. Big thank you to all the players that played. We're gonna move, I think we're gonna move the players over and then kind of end the tournament here. Sorry, let me just do this. Yeah, very
honestly,
well played.
I feel like the tournament went pretty smoothly and it ended in a pretty reasonable time too. Like it's only 11 now, so like it's not midnight.
Yeah, that's true. Congratulations to Rusinho on winning first place, and then MaxTaipei on second place. And then let me go back to this so that I don't mess anything up here. Let me refresh this thing, and then look at this. We have was these, right? Just want to make sure. And our third and fourth place were Dychotic and Kawacast. So congratulations to all of these 4 players. They will all be receiving some prize money. I will be reaching out to them to make sure that is taken care of. Congratulations to all the players, and big thank you to everybody for participating. It was a tough tournament because I mean,
Yeah,
there are some really good players out there.
What's really impressive is Dychotic told me this was his first tournament ever for Marvel Snap, and he got third place.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
he did really well.
Yeah, how cool. That's really awesome. I'm glad that he got a chance to play in his first tournament ever and do so well. So congratulations to everybody for all the top 4 players, and to all the players for playing. Don't feel bad if you didn't make it very far. There were some very good players, and also, I mean, I feel like Snap is a game where sometimes you just end up with like, a deck that's countered by your opponent's deck, or like you get some unlucky locations, or there's so many different factors. You might not draw the right cards, but either way, everyone
or you lose the 50-50.
Yeah, right, it is a 50-50 sometimes, and that's all you can do, because sometimes you can't retreat because it's the same amount of cubes when you get to like high stakes and stuff. So
yeah,
thank you all for playing in the tournament. It was so much fun to watch and cast. It was a lot of fun. Everyone did so well. Huge shout out to all of our casters, Teffy, Shiva, CCG, and Samil X. Thank you guys so much for casting. And then a humongous thank you to some people that you guys did not get a chance to see, which were TC14. You guys know TC, but for those of you guys who don't know TC, I work with him very closely on like all of our projects and all of these different scenes and stuff, and anything in the background, all the technical things. TC has put a lot of work into that, and he's the one that made most of this stuff happen. So thank you very much, TC.
Thank you, Phil.
Humongous thank you also to Arctic Fox as well for just like getting all the people together and making sure that we had all of our... So it was actually very complicated, so thank you to Arctic and Teffy. You guys came in clutch. We had
and Beliskner too.
Yep, I was gonna say Beliskner after, but yeah, thank you guys very much for like putting all the stuff together, and making sure that like we had all of the people that we it was pretty challenging reaching out to all the players to get all the decks and all of that. Just put a lot of things in the back end. And then I wanted to shout out Beliskner, of course. He was brought in very last minute, as in like 5 minutes before we started. And he dedicated his evening to just like helping us out last minute and taking over and making sure that we had everything taken care of. So big thank you to Beliskner too. So thank you guys very much for helping to put on this production. I know that tournaments are never like very super smooth, but I feel like this one went pretty well, and we were able to get through the games like pretty smoothly. So I'm very, very happy about that. I know the beginning always takes a little bit to get set up, but honestly, we ended earlier than I thought we would end, so this is great.
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you to all the players, and thank you to the viewers as well for watching and hanging out with us. I hope you all enjoyed the tournament, and we hope to have more Quantum Cup tournaments in the future. If anybody has any feedback for anything we can improve on in the future, please feel free to just let us know. You're welcome to send a DM to me, or just give us some feedback in the tournament lobby, or whatever you feel is comfortable, because we always want to learn as well, and whatever we can do to make things run more smoothly, that will help us. And I mean, we want to make sure that we provide the best experience too. So thank you all very, very much. And with that, did you guys have anything else?
I would like to say a big thank you to Phil for putting this together, bringing the whole team, the whole crew together. Promoting this event, putting it out there, putting some of our own money into the prize pool. Giving this awesome space for all these content creators and players and everything to, compete. It's really good to have a grassroots community and an online event like this. So thank you. And also for anyone interested and you want to stay tuned, join the Discord. That's the best place to be. Discord.gg/Felicity. Get yourself in there. Great community.
Yep. Good idea. If any of you guys, I think I saw somebody earlier in the chat say, "Oh, how can I join a tournament like this?" If you join our Discord, that's where we make all of our announcements and everything. So if you would like to come and join us, we will be posting the Discord link in the chat so that you can join and hang out. We have a really nice community. We've got a Marvel Snap text channel in there, along with like a lot of other cool channels that you can be a part of as well. And we're in the voice chats a lot, just hanging out. So if you ever see us, don't be shy. Feel free to come and join.